Chapter 1183. The Southern General's words weren't wrong at all. If Ning Cheng went south to defend Three-Way Pass, he'd have enough troops and provisions to rule over the land. Silence reigned in the large tent. If Bailey Yuanlong hadn't brought it up, no one would have dared to bring it up. After all, Ning Cheng represented the power of Western Qin's imperial clan. Ning Cheng's backer was Han Yunxi, the woman who'd just given birth to Long Fei Ye's son. Long Fei Ye swept his icy gaze across the crowd and asked, "What about the others? What do you think?" At first, no one dared to speak. Although a few of them didn't agree with Bailey Yuanlong and the Southern General's stance, they didn't think Ning Cheng would rebel at a time like this. But they couldn't find any other reason to explain Ning Cheng's decision to send out his troops now. Long Fei laughed coldly. "What? Do you all have the same opinion as General Bailey?" Long Fei Ye's attitude towards Ning Cheng was hard to fathom to begin with, so his laugh only made them feel even more uncertain. After some hesitation, Bailey Yuanlong said, "Your Highness, why don't we refute Ning Cheng first and see what his stance is?" Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He didn't reveal any of his thoughts. Bailey Yuanlong didn't dare to speak either. Just like that, everyone fell silent. It had to be said that Long Fei was very disappointed right now. All of his civil and military officials were going to defend his country with him in the future and leave behind a glorious stroke in the annals of Cloud Realm Continent's history. But all of them couldn't compare to a single Ning Cheng. Long Fei Yi felt both disappointment and heartache. He tapped the table faster and faster with increasing force. In the silent tent, everyone's hearts sped up as they grew more and more nervous. No one knew what Long Fei meant, but they could all tell that he was about to lose his temper. At this time, the head of the civil officials, He Wenqing, stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, this commoner's humble opinion does not agree with the military's words." This He Wenqing was in his early 40s, but he looked like an old man in his 50s. His movements and speech were very slow, but he was a person with feelings and strategy. In the past, both Emperor Tianhui and Emperor Kongqing had sent people to invite him to come out of seclusion multiple times, but all their attempts ended in failure. Long Fei Yi originally wanted to invite He Wenqing, but he was too busy and delayed the matter until after the founding of the country. Who knew that a month ago, He Wenqing had volunteered to join the army? "What do you think? Let's hear it." Long Fei Yi was still knocking on the table. He Wenqing said seriously, "This commoner thinks that great General Ning is sending troops to ask for food, not to attack the Northern Dynasty's emperors, but to send troops to relieve the disaster. According to this commoner's understanding, the snowstorm in the northern part of Northernly is extremely serious. Famine and pestilence are rampant, leaving many villages littered with corpses. Meanwhile, the Northern Dynasty's emperors have yet to do anything. If this drags on for another month, even if the Northern Dynasty's emperors have the heart to help, they won't have the strength to do so." At this, Long Fei Ye's hands finally stopped moving. Everyone exhaled in relief as they focused on He Wenqing's words. Military strategists, those who fight for the sake of war, are considered inferior. Those who fight without war are considered superior. Great General Ning is the latter. As soon as He Wenqing finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. These words were a vicious slap to the faces of Bailey Yuanlong and the military faction. Those who don't care about the lives of innocents and start a war for the sake of war are considered inferior. This was referring to Bailey Yuanlong and the military faction. Those who start a war for the sake of peace are considered superior. This was referring to Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng didn't ask for food to fight a war, but to save people. With the provisions of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, no matter what Ning Cheng did in the Northernly battlefield, the Northern Dynasty's emperors wouldn't be able to turn defeat into victory. Ning Cheng would definitely win the hearts of the people if he sent troops to help the people now. Ning Cheng could win without fighting. The situation in Northernly wasn't just about the Northernly battlefield, Ning Qing and Long Fei Yi. If Ning Qing waited until the plague was rampant before sending troops, that would be a ruthless extermination. If he sent troops to help the people now, the people of Northern Li would remember Ning Qing's kindness and Long Fei Yi's benevolence. One had to know that Northern Li was a people who lived on horseback and were very brave. It wouldn't be easy to subdue the people there and ensure stability in the future. Long Fei Yi was about to proclaim himself emperor. He would rule over all of Cloud Realm, and all of its people would be his subjects. Did Bailey Yuanlong and the military faction want Long Fei Yi to leave a trail of corpses in Northern Li before he claimed the throne? If that was the case, Long Fei Yi would lose his title of ruler before he even ascended the throne. He might even be called a tyrant. Ning Qing had thought of all this for him. But Bailey Yuanlong and the southern military faction who had followed him for many years had completely overlooked this point. Long Fei Yi looked up at Bailey Yuanlong and the southern military faction and said angrily, "Fighting for the sake of war isn't just subservient, it's brutal." As Long Fei Yi reprimanded, he casually tossed Ning Cheng's handwritten letter at Bailey Yuanlong's face. "Take a look for yourself." Bailey Yuanlong hurriedly picked up the letter, his face turning red after reading it. Ning Cheng had only said one thing in the letter. He said that if they had to wait until after the plague, he would resign from his post as the great general of the Northern Punitive Expedition. He would never mobilize troops in the aftermath of the disaster in this lifetime. Bailey Yuanlong immediately fell to his knees, followed by a group of people behind him. "Your Highness, this general knows his wrongs." This general's worries were lacking in consideration. "I beg your Highness to forgive this general for the sake of this general's sincerity." Long Fei Yi looked at Bailey Yuanlong, his deep eyes filled with disappointment. The southern military faction had always thought they had ulterior motives, but Bailey Yuanlong was the one who had followed him for the longest time. The former Bailey general wasn't like this at all. He would never treat the Bailey clan unfairly in the future. Why was Bailey Yuanlong so anxious to eliminate dissidents for the sake of his family's interests? He didn't even understand the principle of the people are the most important, and the state is the least important. At this time, He Wenqing added, "Your Highness, in this commoner's humble opinion, Your Highness not only needs to send Ning Qing provisions, but also medicinal ingredients. If necessary, you can ask for Medical City's help. Once the weather warms, the plague will spread even faster. At that time, southern Northern Li will also be in danger. Medical City has already made preparations." Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "Bailey Yuanlong, I'll leave the matter of provisions to you. Make up for your mistakes with merits." This could be considered the last chance Long Fei Yi was giving the old general. If Bailey Yuanlong continued to disappoint, Long Fei Yi would probably make an example out of him before he became emperor. "Thank you for your Highness' grace." Bailey Yuanlong repeatedly kowtowed. Many people present wanted to show concern for Han Yunxi's child, but unfortunately, once Long Fei Yi got angry, no one dared to say anything for fear of making more mistakes. Long Fei Yi didn't hide the situation in Northern Li from Han Yunxi and told her the truth. Han Yunxi admired Ning Cheng's attitude, but she didn't say anything. She said seriously, "Long Fei Yi, this is an opportunity. Leave the allocation of medicinal ingredients and physicians to Gu Beiwei. In the future." Han Yunxi stopped here and patted her head. No, Gu Beiwei is too busy. Leave it to Vice Academy head Shen." Long Fei Yi and she both had the idea of taking medical and medicine cities under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The plague in Northern Li not only required large amounts of medicinal ingredients, but also many physicians. If they could use this opportunity to have Gu Beiwei manage the allocation of medicinal ingredients and physicians, as well as provide financial support, there would be less resistance to establishing a separate medical department to govern the medical community in the future. This matter concerned the power of many families in Medical City, as well as the great aristocratic families in Medicine City. If not for Gu Beiwe, it would be difficult to handle. However, Gu Beiwe had to help Gu prepare the medicine. Long Fei remained silent without a word. Seventh young master should be returning to Medical City in about 10 days, right? Han Yunxi had been keeping track of the time. Su Donglin's letter had stated very clearly that Gu had already found the medicinal ingredients and was on his way back. That was the last ingredient. As long as it was delivered, Gu Beiwe would be able to concoct the antidote according to their plans. As long as the medicinal ingredients were found, Han Yunxi was very confident in curing Gu. How about this? Let fourth young Miss Rin go back to assist Vice Academy head Shin. This plague won't end without a year and a half. Once Gu recovers, we'll have him and Gu Beiwe go to Northernly together? Han Yunxi said seriously. I'll be emerging from closed-door cultivation in a few days. Have fourth young Miss Rin go back. Long Feiyi replied without hesitation, all right. I'll have Chu Shifeng make the arrangements later. Han Yunxi rejoiced. Everyone said that confinement was boring, but she didn't feel it at first. Instead, she felt tired. But in the last few days, she couldn't help but want to go outside and breathe in the cold air. She couldn't wait to get involved in military and government affairs. Of course, she couldn't wait to run to Medical City and see Gu Beiwe concoct the antidote for Shao Qi's undying body with her own eyes. Invite fourth young Miss Rin over later. I need to talk to her about setting up a medical team to go to Northernly, Han Yunxi said seriously. All right, Long Feiyi nodded again. Long Feiyi walked out of the tent just as Chu Shifeng came to report. Your Highness, seventh young master and Dr. Beiwe are at the back of the mountain. Long Feiyi gave a start before waving a hand to dismiss him. Long Feiyi didn't go to the back of the mountain right away. Even as a clear-headed man, he didn't understand why he didn't go or what he was afraid of. Not long after fourth young Miss Rin left, 2 guests arrived at rear camp. They were none other than Ning Jing and Tang Li. The shadow guards lying in ambush discovered them before they even reached the tent. They immediately came to report to Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi went to greet them personally, but suddenly landed in front of the carriage, frightening the horse and driver. Fortunately, the driver pulled on the reins in time to stop the carriage. As soon as Ning Jing lifted the curtains, Tang Li jumped out of the carriage and rushed in front of Long Feiyi, spreading his arms to fend him off. He didn't recognize Long Feiyi anymore, but assumed Long Feiyi was a bad guy blocking his way. Ning Jing had mentioned in her letters to Han Yunxi that Tang Li had changed. He no longer ignored her, but protected and relied on her. Long Feiyi knew this, but he still felt his heart ache at the sight of Tang Li's hostility. Ning Jing panicked. Li, that's your big brother. Ning Jing was about to jump off the carriage when Tang Li immediately ran back and reached out to carry her. Chapter 1184. Long Feiyi watched in silence as Tang Li carried Ning Jing out of the carriage. He did not look at Tang Li's face, but only at his back and actions. Long Feiyi almost thought that Tang Li was pretending to be stupid. Even if he was stupid, he was still like a slave to his wife in front of Ning Jing. After Ning Jing steadied herself, she took Tang Li's hand and said seriously, "That's His Highness, your brother. He's not hostile to us." Tang Li turned around and glanced at Long Feiyi. He did not react much, nor did he say anything. However, it was obvious that he was not hostile anymore. Although he did not speak and spoke to Ning Jing, he could understand Ning Jing's meaning. This meant that he was willing to listen to Ning Jing. This was a good sign. "Let's go back," Long Feiyi said lightly. Ning Jing did not take the carriage again. Instead, she pulled Tang Li and Long Feiyi to walk back together. She held Tang Li's arm and let Tang Li walk beside Long Feiyi. Tang Li was not afraid. He just looked straight ahead with an expressionless face and kept walking forward. They did not speak along the way. Long Feiyi deliberately stopped. Ning Jing noticed, but Tang Li still kept walking forward. It was not that Tang Li could not see or hear. He could sense it, but he did not care. It did not matter. Ning Jing turned around and was about to speak when Long Fei Yi raised his hand to stop her. He followed behind Ning Jing and Tang Li as they slowly walked back to the military camp. He was not deceiving himself. It was just that looking at Tang Li's familiar back could make his heavy heart relax a little. Long Fei Yi's attention was all on Tang Li. However, when Ning Jing and Tang Li appeared in front of Han Yunxi, the first thing that Han Yunxi saw was Ning Jing. To be exact, she saw Ning Jing's teeth. Logically, Han Yunxi's tent was not for men to enter as they pleased. However, Tang Li was an exception. Han Yunxi was wearing custom-made clothes. They were loose but not undignified. She sat on the chaise lounge and leaned against it. Ning Jing and Tang Li sat in front of her. She asked Ning Jing about her teeth in a serious manner. Go back for another checkup in 3 months and there won't be any major problems, Ning Jing replied honestly. Han Yunxi looked left and right and suddenly smiled. Ning Jing, smile. Ning Jing was serious at first. However, when she saw Han Yunxi's smile, she could not help but laugh, revealing a mouthful of beautiful teeth. Han Yunxi became serious. You're beautiful again. Really? Ning Jing was silent for a long time. When she saw that Han Yunxi's smile did not fade, she also smiled and said confidently, Yes, I'm beautiful again. I won't wear men's clothes anymore. Tang Li was in a daze. Ning Jing became stronger. At this time, Granny Zhao carried rear over. Tang Li did not react at all. On the other hand, Ning Jing looked at him and liked him very much. However, she did not dare to say that she wanted to carry him. Shouldn't I call her auntie? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. Granny Zhao did not dare to make a sound. Tang Li was His Highness' cousin and Ning Jing was his sister-in-law. In terms of seniority, the little master should indeed call them uncle and auntie. However, in terms of status, that was not necessary. Han Yunxi was not so polite. She smiled and said, Come, let auntie carry you. Long Fei Yi sat at the tea table not far away. He watched without making a sound. Ning Jing carefully took Ru'er and hugged him. Unexpectedly, Ru'er was not afraid of strangers. He did not cry and even grinned. Ning Jing was excited. Look, he's smiling. He's smiling. He's really smiling. The little master is bold and not afraid of strangers, Granny Zhao said with a smile. Han Yunxi seemed to have thought of something. She turned to Long Fei Yi and saw that Long Fei Yi was staring at his precious son. Granny Zhao, who was laughing, did not realize that she had said something wrong. Ning Jing hugged him for a while and said, Little Tang Tang is older than him by a year. She's his older sister. Ning Jing, why don't you stay here and let Madame Tang send little Tang Tang over? Han Yunxi suggested. Ning Jing smiled and did not answer. Han Yunxi did not know what she was planning, so she did not say much. Han Yunxi moved closer and stared at Tang Li. Tang Li was still indifferent and treated her like air. Han Yunxi did not say anything and just stared at Tang Li. In fact, Ning Jing would write to her every time Tang Li changed. She was very clear about Tang Li's situation. Tang Li's reaction to Ning Jing's words was a good sign. Perhaps, as time passed, Tang Li would react to Long Fei Yi, her, and even more familiar people, and he would gradually recover. Han Yunxi personally went to get the pear blossom teardrop rain. In the late stages of her pregnancy, she put away all the accessories and hidden weapons on her body. Only the bracelet Long Fei Yi gave her was left. Although the pear blossom teardrop rain was given by Long Fei Yi, it was designed by Long Fei Yi, who asked Tang Li to design it. Han Yunxi deliberately took away a few parts of the pear blossom teardrop rain and handed it to Tang Li. Before she could speak, Tang Li's originally empty eyes fell on the pear blossom teardrop rain. This slight change made everyone nervous. Ning Jing was the most excited. Just as she was about to speak, Han Yunxi signaled her not to be anxious with a look. Tang Li took the pear blossom teardrop rain and glanced at it. He actually opened his mouth and said, It's broken. It's broken. She had not heard this voice for a long time. For the past few months, Tang Li had not said anything other than repeating the sentence, "I want to be quiet, I want to be quiet." "How is it broken? Tang Li, tell me, how is it broken?" Ning Jing choked. Tang Li did not answer. Instead, he took the pear-blossom teardrop rain apart and looked at it before saying, "It's missing 2 wires. The 2 parts that Han Yunxi casually took away were 2 special wires." Tang Li was dumbfounded. No one else could recognize it, but he could recognize and see through the hidden weapons he made himself. Ning Jing looked at Han Yunxi excitedly. At this moment, Han Yunxi was also excited. Even Long Fei Yi, who was sitting at the side, walked over quietly. Ning Jing asked carefully, "Then, can it be fixed?" "Yes." Tang Li was very sure. His dumbfounded expression turned serious. "How do you fix it?" Long Fei Yi interrupted. Tang Li did not answer. Ning Jing was anxious and asked again, "Ali, how do you fix it?" Tang Li did not answer. Instead, he fiddled with the pear-blossom teardrop rain. Long Fei Yi wanted to ask more, but Han Yunxi stopped him and said in a low voice, "How about this? Have the Tang clan send over all the hidden weapons that Tang Li personally made." Many people who suffered mental setbacks would forget everything and go crazy, but they wouldn't forget their professional skills. At the very least, they wouldn't reject them. Perhaps this would be a faster way to wake him up than Ning Jing alone. "All right." Long Fei Yi immediately went out to arrange things. He had Chu Shifeng give orders to the Tang clan while he found a pile of hidden weapons from somewhere. All of them were personally designed and made by Tang Li himself. Han Yunxi had never seen many of them before. When they piled up in front of Tang Li, they could clearly see the light in his eyes. Ning Jing was both agitated and sad. She teased herself, "So in his heart, my daughter and I aren't even worth as much as this pile of scrap metal. Try harder and wake him up. Ask him yourself if this pile of scrap metal is more important, or you and your daughter." Han Yunxi smiled. "As long as he wakes up, it's fine even if my daughter and I aren't important." Ning Jing looked back at Han Yunxi. Afraid that Han Yunxi wouldn't believe her, she added, "It's true. I don't mind." Han Yunxi wanted to hug Ning Jing, but in the end she only patted her on the shoulder. She knew that Ning Jing was different from Mu Ling. Ning Jing only needed a pat on the shoulder to pull herself together, while Mu Ling needed someone to hug her and cry her heart out. Han Yunxi wanted to ask Ning Jing if she should let Mu Ling and Lady Tang send little Tang Tang over, but Ning Jing didn't react when she mentioned the girl's name, so she couldn't bring it up again. If little Tang Tang was here, then Lady Tang would definitely come as well. It wasn't a big deal if Lady Tang came, but what about the rest of the Tang clan? Would Ning Jing be able to stay quietly by Tang Li's side then? Long Fei Yi ordered people to set up a small tent for Tang Li and Ning Jing in a secluded area behind rear camp. Tang Li and Ning Jing stayed there just like that. Tang Li was obsessed with the hidden weapons, dismantling and assembling them over and over again. Ning Jing didn't know anything about hidden weapons, so she asked some amateur questions at the beginning. Who knew that Tang Li would actually take the initiative to teach her how to design hidden weapons? Within a few days, Tang Li became more talkative. Unfortunately, he was only willing to talk to Ning Jing. Long Fei Yi came by a few times to ask about him, but Tang Li ignored him. When Ning Jing talked to him about hidden weapons, she would often suddenly ask him, "Ali, do you know who I am?" Tang Li shook his head. He didn't know that the woman in front of him was the Jing Jing that he often muttered to himself, and he didn't know that the woman in front of him was his wife. Ning Jing would always tell him, "I am Jing Jing, Ning Jing." Tang Li would nod every time, but that was it. The next time she asked, he still didn't know anything. No matter what Tang Li said, Ning Jing was calm and gentle as always. However, she felt terrible behind her back. In the past, she could only hide and suffer. Now that she was in the military camp, she would go to Han Yunxi whenever she felt bad. She didn't complain or cry. She just chatted with Han Yunxi and teased little Ru. Her mood soon improved. With Ning Jing, a woman who had been through confinement, accompanying her, Han Yunshi suddenly felt that her confinement days weren't so boring. Time even seemed to pass faster. During the day, when Ning Jing was around, Long Feiyi rarely went to accompany Han Yunshi and little Ru. He was busy paying attention to the epidemic in Northern Li and the formation of the medical team. In the end, he couldn't resist going to the mountain behind rear camp alone. Chu Shifeng had long asked for the location of Gu Beiyue's group, so Long Feiyi easily found the little house at the top of the mountain. It was currently evening. Spring was full of grass and flowers in the woods. Even under the setting sun, the scene was full of vitality. But Long Feiyi saw a lifeless scene from a distance. Gu was sitting alone by the door, his entire body curled up in his black robes. Only his head was sticking out. His head was bowed, shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun like a man in his twilight years. Long Feiyi stood there for a long time, neither leaving nor approaching. Chapter 1185. Long Feiyi stood by the side until the sky fell and the whole world darkened, but Gu didn't move at all. Rather than saying that he was an old man, it was better to say that he was a dead thing. Long Feiyi finally walked over, but even when he stood in front of Gu still didn't notice him and buried his head in his black robe. Even though he was so close, Long Feiyi still couldn't see his face. On the other hand, Gu Beiyue, who was in the room, sensed someone coming over. He came out and wasn't surprised to see Long Feiyi. He knew that Long Feiyi would come over sooner or later. "What's wrong with him?" Long Feiyi asked. Gu Beiyue glanced at Gu, his eyes full of tenderness and love, as if he was looking at a child. He said, "He should be asleep, right? He often sleeps for 1 or 2 days in the past month." Long Fei immediately knitted his brows, while Gu Beiyue smiled helplessly. "I'm terrified. Perhaps he'll fall asleep and never wake up again. To him, that'll be the end of his torture." "Gu, wake up!" Long Feiyi suddenly shouted fiercely. Unfortunately, Gu didn't move. Gu Beiyue didn't say anything and went back into the room to continue making medicine. He knew that Gu could disappear at any time and turn into a thorny tree. But he still hadn't given up. Long Feiyi followed him in and saw that the room was full of medicinal herbs and Gu Beiyue's notes. Long Feiyi pinched his brows and found a place to sit down. He asked, "Is there any progress with Mu Linger?" Long Feiyi knew that Mu Linger had gone to Medical City. Han Yunshi didn't, and neither did Gu. It should be hopeless. A few days ago, Linger left Medical City to look for medicine. There's been no news of her for more than 10 days. Gu Beiyue looked rational, but he was the most irrational of them all. He knew that everything he was doing was futile, but he still worked day and night to make medicine. Like a child, he hoped for a miracle. Long Feiyi fell silent. Gu Beiyue was immersed in his experiments as well. After a long time, Long Feiyi said, "In 4 days, Ruer will be 1 month old. I'm planning to bring Yunshi and Ruer over here." Gu Beiyue's hand stiffened as he looked back. "Your Highness, will there be enough time?" That was what Long Fei wanted to ask the most. Was it in time, Your Highness? We've already hidden it for so long. Don't make the princess sad. The little master's 1-month birthday is a joyous occasion, so we can't treat him unfairly, Gu Beiyue said. Long Feiyi leaned against the wall and murmured, "It's too late. Han Yunshi won't be at ease for the rest of her life." Gu Beiyue was speechless. Unconsciously, he stopped what he was doing and sat down as well. The two of them fell into silence, even more silent than Gu outside the door. At the same time, Han Yunshi was still clueless about everything in the main tent of rear camp. Ning Jing had accompanied Han Yunshi for an entire day. After little Ruer was taken away, only the two of them were left in the tent. Ning Jing finally spoke up. "Princess, I want to bring Tang Li back to the Tang clan." Han Yunshi had a complicated look in her eyes. It seemed that Ning Jing had originally planned to bring Tang Li back to the Tang clan. She was just passing by the military camp to see them. Han Yunxi nodded and didn't say much. Ning Jing smiled. I miss my daughter. If we don't go back now, she'll really not acknowledge her parent. Tang Li is the only son of the Tang clan and also the clan master. I can't bully him and not let him go back, Ning Jing added. I understand. Han Yunxi replied. Tang Zijin and the entire Tang clan elder council are busy preparing for the construction of the imperial palace. They're all with Tian Un and not the Tang clan. It's time for you to go back now. Ning Jing was silent for a long time before she said seriously, Princess, I'll tell you one thing. No matter how difficult this trip is, I'll stay here until Tang Li recovers. What about after Tang Li recovers? Ning Jing clearly didn't finish her sentence, and the key point was in the second half of her sentence. Han Yunxi waited for a long time. Ning Jing seemed to want to say something, but she just smiled and said, Okay, I'm going to pack. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Han Yunxi had 1,000 words to say, but they were all in her heart. She secretly said in her heart, Ning Jing, don't worry. With me here, I won't let the Tang clan owe you anything. Ning Jing had already risen to her feet when Han Yunxi muttered to herself, If you guys go back, that girl Linger should be here by now. She thought that when Linger came, she would definitely ask about Gu's whereabouts. Ning Jing stopped and said suspiciously, Linger left the Tang clan a long time ago. She was invited by Gu Beiwei to help out at Medical City. Han Yunxi, who was a little tired, was shocked. Medical City? Gu Beiwei? It's been a month, right? When she left the Tang clan, she sent me a letter saying that she was going to Medical City to help Dr. Gu prepare medicine, Ning Jing explained. Han Yunxi nervously grabbed Ning Jing's hand. What medicine? Who wants to use it? Gu Beiwei had been helping Gu find medicine to prepare medicine. Moreover, Su Donglin's letter didn't mention Mu Ling at all. Han Yunxi didn't have time to think about it, but she already felt that this matter wasn't simple. This matter must have something to do with Gu. Why did Gu Beiwei need Mu Ling's help? Didn't things go smoothly between Gu Beiwei and Gu? At this time, according to Su Donglin's message, Gu should have delivered the medicine. He and Gu Beiwei should be preparing the final antidote. Ning Jing didn't know anything about the situation and just casually mentioned it. She didn't expect Han Yunxi to be so agitated. She also realized that something was wrong. Princess, what's wrong? Tell me quickly. What medicine is Mu Ling going to prepare for Gu Beiwei? Who is it for? Han Yunxi didn't realize that her hands were trembling. However, Ning Jing found out. Ning Jing couldn't imagine how big of a deal this was to make Han Yunxi so scared before she understood the situation. Tell me. Han Yunxi shouted anxiously. If Gu Beiwei asked Mu Ling for help because of Gu, it meant that the letter from Medical City was a lie. It meant that Long Feiyi, Gu Beiwei, and Gu were all lying to her in the past few months after she left Medical City and gave birth to Re. Why did they lie to her? If they couldn't find the medicine, then so be it. Wasn't Gu fine all along? The reason why they were looking for the medicine was to prepare for the eventuality. If they couldn't find the medicine, there was no need to hide it from her. Could it be that something happened to Gu? How serious was the matter that the three of them had to work together to deceive her? Han Yunxi's heart and mind were in a mess. She didn't dare to think further. The uneasiness in her heart grew bigger and bigger, almost swallowing her rationality. Ning Jing was frightened by her and couldn't speak for a long time. Outside, Granny Zhao heard the noise inside and hurried over. Princess, what's wrong? Only then did Han Yunxi recover her wits and realize the situation she was in. However, she couldn't calm down. She still held Ning Jing's hand and asked seriously, Ning Jing, why did Linger go to Medical City? Tell me everything you know, will you? Ning Jing nodded and explained, I don't know much. Linger told me that Dr. Gu invited her to Medical City to help with the prescription and asked her to hurry over as soon as possible. She said that Dr. Gu's patient is very dangerous. At this point, Han Yunxi suddenly let go of Ning Jing's hand and fell onto the warm couch. Ling originally wanted to wait for us to return before she left, but Dr. Gu said that if the medicine isn't prepared in a month or two, the patient won't live. When Ning Jing finished speaking, Han Yunxi's face turned completely pale. She seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant. She sat weakly on the warm couch and stared blankly at Ning Jing. Suddenly, tears filled her eyes and she cried, "Shao Qi! It's Shao Qi! It's Shao Qi!" Wasn't it clear enough? Long Fei Yi and the other two were lying to her. They were all lying to her. The letters from Medical City were all fake. Liars. They're all liars. Han Yunxi's tears fell like rain. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes and stepped off the couch in her socks. "Where's Long Fei Yi? I want to see Long Fei Yi. Where's Long Fei Yi?" She rushed directly to the main tent. Ning Jing and Zhao Mama hadn't recovered from their shock. When they chased after her, Han Yunxi had already stepped into the snow. "Long Fei Yi! Come out! Come out! Liars, you're all liars! You're lying to me again and again! You're lying to me again and again! Why are you lying to me?" The shadow guard and the servants in the rear camp chased after her. Zhao Mama and Ning Jing hurriedly came to pull her back. After all, the princess still had a few more days to officially finish her confinement. She couldn't come out. Not to mention someone who was still in confinement, even a normal person would freeze if they stepped in the snow with only a pair of socks. Moreover, the temperature outside was especially low at night. The north wind was very cold. How could she bear this? Zhao Mama had no idea what was going on. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. She took a thick fox fur cloak and wrapped it around the princess. She hugged her tightly. "Princess, no matter what happened, you must listen to this old servant's advice. Quickly go back." Ning Jing took a pair of cotton shoes and squatted in the snow to help Han Yunxi put them on. The servant girls didn't care if they would offend her and all came to help. They held down Han Yunxi's hands and feet, afraid that she would move or struggle. Han Yunxi didn't move. She didn't have the strength to move. Her tears were like a broken dam, flowing uncontrollably. "I want to see Long Fei Yi. I want to see Long Fei Yi. I want to see Shao Qi. I want to see him. They can't do this. I want to see them. They can't lie to me like this, they can't. They think I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Ning Jing, I'm a fool. Sob, they're liars, I'm a fool. Ning Jing, did you know? Gu Beiyue's patient is Shao Qi, did you know? If he had any other choice, Gu Beiyue would never ask Ling for help, he wouldn't." Han Yunxi cried until her insides were cut to pieces. Ning Jing stood rooted to the spot. She never expected things to turn out like this. "Where's Mu Ling? Does Mu Ling know that Gu Beiyue's patient is her Qi brother?" A group of servant girls surrounded Han Yunxi. Chu Shifeng had just returned from the outside and saw everyone gathered outside the tent. He hastily went over to ask what was going on, but no one was clear on what had happened. All they knew was that the princess wanted to see His Highness and Gu Qishao. Chu Shifeng was stunned by the news. He asked the person beside him, "Then what about His Highness? His Highness?" Chapter 1186. Where's His Highness? Nobody knew where Long Fei Yi had gone. Seeing the confused faces of the shadow guards, Chu Shifeng was so angry that he wanted to kick them. "Where's His Highness? Speak!" Chu Shifeng demanded loudly. He'd only gone to the barracks to take care of some business today, but heaven knows what happened when he returned. How did the princess find out about Gu? And why wasn't His Highness here? His Highness disappeared last night. "We don't know where he went," one of the shadow guards said timidly. Another shadow guard was bolder and complained, "Boss, you know His Highness's temper too. If he doesn't let anyone know where he goes, we won't be able to find him even if we try." Chu Shifeng gave a start, then quickly turned and ran towards the back of the mountain, leaving the rest of his men at a loss. Chu Shifeng slapped himself twice to punish himself for his stupidity. The princess was still in her confinement period. His Highness wouldn't have left rear camp unless he had military business to take care of. Even if he did, he'd go to the Yuning barracks at most. His Highness wasn't there when he left the barracks, which meant he'd gone somewhere else. The back of the mountain. His Highness must have gone there alone to find Gu Beiwei and Gu. Chu Shifeng was so anxious that he'd forgotten to bring a torch. He flew up the mountain in the pitch-black woods, hoping to find His Highness as soon as possible. If the princess lost her temper or decided to go to Medical City on impulse, no one would be able to stop her. As Chu Shifeng ran up the mountain, Han Yunxi remained in the tent, sitting blankly. Her heart was filled with both grief and anxiety. Even when she cried, she didn't feel any relief. Just what's Gu's situation now? Is he still alive? According to Ningjing, Mu Ling had left Medical City for almost a month now. Gu Beiwei had already concluded that Qi Shao only had 1 or 2 months left to live. What about now? The fact that Gu Beiwei was looking for Mu Linger meant that they had not been able to find the herbs and poisons they needed for the past few months. This was because when they were in Medical City, they had already determined the prescription. All that was left was to find the medicine, concoct the antidote, and experiment on the thorny vines. There was no need for Mu Linger to adjust the prescription. Han Yunxi could still remember the prescription clearly. For months ago, Gu Beiwei had given her a clear message that he had found all the ingredients that she was most concerned about. In the medical school's drug and poison warehouse, there were those kinds of drugs and poisons. As for the other herbs, it was not difficult for Gu to find them. Han Yunxi sat there in a daze, recalling carefully. She recalled all the letters she had received from Medical City in the past few months. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. A group of people surrounded her. They were all looking at her, afraid that she would rush out again. She wouldn't. She was waiting. She was waiting for Long Feiyi to come see her and give her an explanation. She wanted to know what was going on with Gu Qishao, too. Right now, she wasn't even in the mood to investigate how Long Feiyi and the rest had tricked her. She only wanted to know how Gu was doing and whether he had any hope of survival. Han Yunxi was waiting for Long Feiyi to return. Meanwhile, Chu Shifeng had finally followed the lights to the small building at the back of the mountain. As soon as he saw the light, he flew over without even noticing Gu hiding in the darkness by the door. Chu Shifeng didn't dare to shout from afar, but immediately shouted from the doorway, "Your Highness! Something's happened! Something big has happened! The princess knows about Qishao's situation." Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei both rose to their feet at the same time. Gu Beiwei asked coldly, "Who told her?" Chu Shifeng gave a start. He never expected Gu Beiwei to have such a cold side. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He only felt that the Gu Beiwei in front of him was a complete stranger. Without a word, Long Feiyi headed for the door. He had to get down the mountain as soon as possible. But Long Feiyi had hardly reached the door when a familiar voice rose from beside him. "Long Feiyi, I don't want to see her." The speaker was none other than Gu. His head was bowed, his voice so cold that it seemed to come from the depths of hell. "And also, her confinement period isn't over yet. If you dare let her take half a step out of the house, this old man won't forgive you even if I die." Chu Shifeng finally noticed Gu's presence. He stared at Gu, his heart stifled. "Gu, this doesn't look like a human at all." Long Feiyi stopped walking, his voice icy. "Gu, when have you ever won against this crown prince?" Gu Qishao slowly raised his head, only to see that his gorgeous face was covered in dark lines beneath his fair skin. These lines were none other than the roots of the thorny vines. They lay dormant, ready to sprout at any moment to grow out of Gu's face. Right now, Gu Qishao's face was extremely ugly. One could even say it was hideous and terrifying. But no one was frightened. Gu Beiwei, Long Feiyi, and Chu Shifeng all stared at him, and stared. Gu could still smile. He chuckled and said, "What are you looking at? This old man is ugly, you know it yourself." His voice was beautiful to begin with, but it was even more enchanting when he was smiling. But his face, Long Fei Yi didn't need to ask to know that Gu wouldn't last much longer. The thorny vines had already covered his entire body, leaving only his head. Once the vines grew out of his face and head, Gu Qishao would be finished. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but turned to leave. Gu cried out, "Long Fei Yi, take it as this old man begging you, all right?" "No." Long Fei Yi didn't even turn around. "Han Yunxi will decide for herself. You have no right to decide for her. That's this old man's own business," Gu shouted back. But Long Fei Yi still ignored him. It wasn't until Long Fei Yi's figure vanished into the night and Chu Shifeng left as well that Gu finally turned around and smiled at Gu Beiwei. His long, narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled like the moonlight. He was as pure and simple as a child's. He said, "Gu Beiwei, see? This old man finally managed to trick Long Fei Yi for once before I die. It was worth it." Actually, Gu Beiwei hadn't told Long Fei Yi the truth. Gu only had an hour left to live. Long Fei Yi wouldn't make it in time to bring Han Yunxi up the mountain. Even if Chu Shifeng hadn't shown up, Gu Beiwei was already preparing to find an excuse to have Long Fei Yi leave. Long Fei Yi had never been soft-hearted towards Gu's requests, but Gu Beiwei had always been. Gu Beiwei really wanted to smile at Little Qi, but Gu Beiwei didn't know what to say. But he couldn't bring himself to smile now. He furrowed his brows and looked at Gu with grief. "Seventh young master," he muttered. "Do you feel pain? Just how much did it hurt to be eaten alive by the vines? How long had Gu been in pain since they left Clearbreeze Peak? How much did it hurt? Why was he still smiling at the last minute? Seventh young master, doesn't it hurt?" Gu Beiwei furrowed his brows as he shook his head. "It doesn't hurt," Gu replied without hesitation. At this moment, a thorny vine suddenly shot out from his neck, breaking through his flesh. Gu's smile froze on his face before it quickly turned into a frown. He gritted his teeth and shut his eyes. He was in pain. So much pain. How could it not hurt? He was most afraid of pain. Very soon, another vine shot out from behind his ear. Gu was in so much pain that he struggled to open his eyes. He shrunk his neck back. However, it was useless even if he shrunk his neck back. After the two vines shot out, several more vines shot out one after another. As a matter of fact, a tender bud had even sprouted from his cheek. Gu Beiwei's eyes were completely wet. He was waiting for Gu to open his eyes. However, Gu never opened his eyes. He allowed the vines to shoot out and grow in number. "Shao Qi, don't." The most composed Gu Beiwei finally broke down. He could no longer care about anything else. He lunged over and hugged Gu firmly. "Shao Qi, don't go. Don't go. Shao Qi, I'm begging you, don't go. Shao Qi, the princess will come and see you. The princess will definitely come and see you. Just wait for her." "Shao Qi, North Moon," Gu murmured. Gu Beiwei immediately stopped. He was afraid to make a sound. He even held his breath. "North Moon, all right." Gu was completely exhausted. He could not even utter a single word. Gu Beiwei was afraid to make a sound, afraid that he would miss a single word. He listened for a very long time before finally hearing it clearly. Gu was crying out in pain again. He said, "North Moon, it hurts so much." 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corner of North Moon's eyes slowly. Gu Beiwei hugged Gu firmly. He was at a loss. He had run out of ideas. He had no idea what to do at all. All he could do was hug Shao Qi and listen to Shao Qi cry out in pain. Very soon, he could sense the vines all over Shao Qi become restless. It was as if countless branches were ready to burst out. He was even afraid to look at Gu's face. However, he knew that the final moment had arrived. The most painful moment, the most torturous moment, had also arrived. North Moon, it hurts so much, it hurts. Gu's voice was very, very soft, but Gu Beiwe heard it clearly. As a matter of fact, Gu Beiwe did not even know if the voice in his ears was the seventh young master's voice or if he was hallucinating. The voice tormented his heart. Finally, Gu Beiwe threw caution to the wind. He stood up and ran into the room, bringing out the last tiny portion of perplexing butterfly illusion that Han Yunxi had left behind. The perplexing butterfly illusion could not corrupt the poison Gu human by yanching. Perhaps it could corrupt Gu? After all, their constitutions were different. Gu Beiwe was unwilling to see Shao Qi suffer this kind of torture until his death. He was reluctant. He would rather use the perplexing butterfly illusion to end Shao Qi's pain and end it all. By the time Gu Beiwe brought back the perplexing butterfly illusion, he could no longer see Shao Qi. All he saw were countless vines darting out from the black robes and growing wildly. Gu Beiwe was filled with grief. He did not know whether Shao Qi was still alive or not, whether he was still conscious. He hated these vines to the core, so he casually poured the perplexing butterfly illusion down. At this moment, Long Feiyi had only just arrived in the tent, standing before Han Yunxi. Everyone had left. Only Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi remained in the large tent. Han Yunxi's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Long Feiyi's eyes were filled with heartache. Han Yunxi stopped crying, nor did she question or blame him. She only said, "Long Feiyi, I want to see Gu." "All right." Long Feiyi agreed without the slightest hesitation. He knelt down on one knee beside her and personally helped her put on her boot. He fetched a large fox fur robe and wrapped her up tightly. He said, "Let's go. I'll carry you there." As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they actually saw Mu Ling. Chapter 1187. No one expected Mu Ling to appear at this critical juncture. Han Yunxi was the most shocked. Wasn't Mu Ling in Medical City? Long Feiyi only knew that Mu Ling had gone out to look for medicine, but he didn't expect her to come here. She was brought in by the shadow guard. Her body was covered in dust, and her delicate little face was full of fatigue. However, her big, clear eyes were still watery, and she had a smile on her face. It was especially moving. She had heard that a few patients in the neighboring county had contracted a disease similar to the plague years ago. She had specially rushed over to take a look, hoping that she could concoct the poison from that year. Unfortunately, her efforts had ended in failure. She had finished her business there and rushed over. The reason why she hadn't greeted her was because she wanted to give her sister a big surprise. She had even specially prepared a gift for her little nephew. Mu Ling stared at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi suspiciously and asked, "Are you going out?" Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi didn't know how to answer. Mu Ling however, became serious. "Sister, you can't be out of confinement yet, right? Go in, go in. Nothing is more important than confinement. If you fall ill in the future, I'm sure you'll regret it." On the side, Granny Zhao, Ning Jing, and the others didn't dare to make a sound. Mu Ling didn't realize that Ning Jing was beside them. She was clearly an inexperienced little girl, but she acted like an experienced woman, persuading Han Yunxi. "Are you going or not?" Long Feiyi whispered. His subtext was, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Could Han Yunxi not tell him? Could she still hide it? She had hidden it from Mu Ling before because she didn't know about Gu's physical condition. If she didn't tell him now, when would she tell him? Would Ling still have a chance to see her Qi brother? "Ling did Gu Beiwe ask you to prepare the medicine?" Han Yunxi asked. Mu Ling took a closer look and realized that her sister's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried. She suddenly felt uneasy. She nodded. "I went to look for medicine. It was nearby, so I took a detour." "Have you found the medicine?" Han Yunxi asked again. Mu Ling shook her head helplessly. "Difficult. What Gu Beiwe wants is the medicinal poison of the plague. Unless the medical school has it in stock, it will be very difficult to concoct it. Han Yunshi couldn't help tearing up. That patient is very dangerous. If we can't find the medicine in the next few days, in my opinion, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape death. As soon as Mu Linger finished her words, Han Yunshi burst into tears. Mu Linger became even more flustered. Sister, what's wrong? Do you know that patient? Are they your friends? Do I know them? Goo! Han Yunshi choked with sobs. In that instant, Mu Linger was stunned. It was as if she had been hit on the head with a hammer. Her entire mind was in a daze. She stood rooted to the ground, looking at her blankly. Goo! Goo! She muttered. She suddenly felt that this name was especially unfamiliar. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had last called out these 3 words. Gu Qishao. Gu Qishao, as she muttered, bean-sized tears rolled down from her eyes. As she muttered, Gu became Brother Qi. But why did even the 3 words Brother Qi become unfamiliar? Mu Linger looked up. Her eyes were full of tears. She looked at Han Yunshi and suddenly forced a smile through her tears. She said, Sister, this joke isn't funny at all. Brother Qi's health is very good. Han Yunshi didn't know how to explain, nor did she have time. She said, He's right behind the mountain. Let's go find him. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Linger ran ahead of them, running very quickly. Long Fei Yi chased after her with Han Yunshi in tow. Chu Shifeng hurried after them, holding up a torch to lead the way for Mu Linger. By the time they reached the top of the mountain and saw the little house in the distance, the eastern skies had already begun to brighten. From a distance, Long Fei Yi could see that a tall tree had appeared in front of the house. Its fan-shaped canopy resembled a giant umbrella that sheltered the house from the wind and rain. Long Fei Yi stopped in his tracks. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. It hurt so much that he couldn't even move his feet. Han Yunshi and Mu Linger had never been here before, so they didn't know that the conspicuous tree in the distance didn't even exist before. They were still some distance away, so they couldn't see clearly what kind of tree it was. They only felt that it stood there like a guardian deity, or a lonely person. Xiao Qi lives there? Han Yunshi asked. Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but carried her on his back and walked over step by step. But as the distance grew closer, Han Yunshi gradually got a better look at the tree. Its trunk was made up of intertwined vines and thorns, while its crown was covered in a dense mass of red thorns. If one didn't look carefully, they might even mistake it for a cherry blossom tree. But Han Yunshi could see clearly that it was a thorny tree. As they walked up the mountain, Long Fei Yi had already told her about how Gu's body had been corroded by the thorns. Long Fei Yi, it's this tree. Han Yunshi murmured. Long Fei Yi carried her to the bottom of the tree and stopped. Han Yunshi waited for his answer, but he remained silent. Han Yunshi didn't ask any more questions. She looked up, her eyes red, just like Gu's coquettish red robe. Han Yunshi couldn't help but recall that year when Gu Qishao had glanced back at her. He looked back and smiled at her. He said, Poison girl, don't worry. I won't leave you behind unless I die. She had only taken it as a joke. Right now she really wanted to ask him, Gu Qishao, your joke, why did you take it so seriously? Why? He meant every word he said to her. He had always meant every word he said. It was just that she didn't believe it. Gu Qishao, can you never take your joke seriously? Can you? Han Yunshi's face was already covered in tears. Mu Ling-er's attention was on the house, but the doors and windows of this house were tightly shut. She knocked on the door, but there was no sound at all. She was puzzled and looked at Han Yunshi. Sister, where's Qi brother? Han Yunshi didn't answer her. She looked up at the patch of red above her head, her vision already blurred. Mu Ling-er looked up as well. She didn't know what was going on. She had never seen such a beautiful thorny tree. That fiery red color, so lively, it was hard to look away. Sister, where's Qi brother? Why are you crying? Where's Chi brother? Tell me. Before Han Yunshi could answer, Mu Ling had no idea what was going on. Seeing her cry, she couldn't help but burst into tears as well. She struggled to look up at the thorny vines. She'd been a crybaby since she was a child. Chi brother had told her that when she wanted to cry, she just had to lift her head up high. Then the tears wouldn't fall. She'd never tried this method before. She just loved to cry, so why did she have to stop her tears from falling? It was only after she tried today that she realized that Chi Gij was lying. Looking at the red canopy, Mu Ling cried, Chi brother, what do I do? My tears are still falling, where are you? Tell Ling what should I do? Long Fei Yi hung his head in silence. After a long time, he finally said to Chu Shifeng, go find Gu Beiwei. He didn't want to say a word. Let Gu Beiwei explain things to Mu Ling instead. Chu Shifeng knocked on the door, but there was no response. He forced the door open and froze at the sight of the person inside. He saw, inside the room, Gu Qishao was lying quietly on the bed, his upper body bare. Only a random blanket was wrapped around his lower body. His skin and flesh were completely unharmed. Even his hair was in its original state. Chu Shifeng couldn't see his face as he lay sprawled on the bed. Gu Beiwei was standing on one side, concentrating on inserting needles into his arms. Gu didn't die. He didn't turn into a tree? Wasn't his body mostly eaten away by the thorny vines? How did he recover without a scratch? Chu Shifeng didn't have time to think. He turned to Long Fei Yi and exclaimed, Your Highness, Qishao didn't die. He didn't die. Qishao's here. Mu Ling was the first to rush over. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi both turned back, their hearts almost stopping. They didn't dare to believe their ears, afraid that they'd heard wrong. Chi big brother. Sob, just what's wrong with you? Chi big brother. Mu Ling suddenly wailed as she rushed inside. Seeing this, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi finally believed it. Han Yunshi wanted to get off and walk by herself, but Long Fei Yi didn't let her. He quickly carried her on his back until they reached the door and saw the real scene. Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi, Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She would never be able to forget this scene. Long Fei Yi silently exhaled as his head throbbed with pain. Still, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. While he wasn't paying attention, Han Yunshi struggled a bit before jumping off his back and running into the house. Mu Ling still didn't know a thing. She called out Chi big brother a few times, but Chi big brother didn't reply. She saw Gu Beiwei's brows furrow as he ignored her. She grew even more afraid and cried even louder. Han Yunshi didn't know what was wrong with Gu, but Gu's body was still fine. There were no traces of the thorny vines, so this had to be a good sign. It had to be. Han Yunshi immediately muffled Mu Ling's mouth as soon as she arrived. She warned in a choked voice, Don't disturb Gu Beiwei, or else I'll throw you out. Mu Ling didn't dare to move or make a sound. She realized that Gu Beiwei was saving Chi big brother, so she couldn't disturb him. The situation must be very urgent, so Gu Beiwei didn't bother with them. Mu Ling stood on one side, silently wiping away her tears. Han Yunshi stood on the other side, her eyes red from crying as she stared at Gu Beiwei's hands. Despite her proficiency with needles, she couldn't figure out what was going on. Long Fei Yi had somehow walked over to Han Yunshi's side and brought over a chair for her to sit down. A woman who hadn't finished her confinement couldn't stand for long. Long Fei Yi didn't linger in the room, but walked outside to breathe in the cold air and wake himself up. He stared at the thorny vines that had sprouted out of thin air and thought to himself. Chu Shifeng followed him outside. By now, he couldn't see much emotion on His Highness's face. Still, he couldn't help but say, Your Highness, don't worry. Qishao will definitely be fine. He'll definitely wake up. Long Fei Yi didn't say much, but ordered, Send some men over and prepare a sedan chair to send them down the mountain. Chapter 1188. Han Yunshi and Mu Ling didn't understand what Gu Beiyu was doing, but their gazes never left Gu Beiyu's hands. Mu Ling who didn't know a thing, felt her heart break into pieces. After a full 2 hours, Gu Beiyu finally spoke up. Princess, Miss Ling both of you should leave. It's inconvenient for you to stay here. Don't worry, 7th young master is fine. As Gu Beiyu spoke, his attention was still on Gu's body. His hands didn't stop moving either. Although his eyes were bloodshot, he was still focused and serious. Han Yunshi and Mu Ling's hearts settled back into their chests. The two sisters exchanged glances and smiled through their tears. They were both experts in the field and knew what Gu Beiyu meant. They quickly rose to their feet and left the room. Han Yunshi personally closed the door behind her. After breathing in the fresh, cold air, her head, which had been dizzy from crying, cleared up a little. By now, the sun had already lit up the entire mountain. The morning sun was warm and the air was fresh. Flowers bloomed all over the peak like a carpet of flowers. Long Fei Yi and Chu Shifeng were still under the thorny tree, tormenting the trunk. When he saw Han Yunshi and Mu Ling emerge, he walked over. He took off his cloak and prepared to drape it over Han Yunshi's shoulders. Han Yunshi refused and draped it over him instead. I'm not cold, really. She was already wrapped in a thick fox fur robe, so she really wasn't cold. Moreover, 4th young Miss Ren had taken care of her personally. She hadn't been disturbed in the past 10 nights either, so her body and mind were recovering well. Women generally had 42 days to recover after giving birth, but the number varied from person to person. Some recovered quickly while others took longer. Han Yunshi had a good understanding of her own body. Chu Shifeng, it's cold on the mountain. Send the princess down first, Long Fei Yi instructed. Han Yunshi immediately explained her theory to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had no choice but to ask her to sit down. Gu Beiyu said that 7th young master is fine, Han Yunshi said hurriedly. Long Fei Yi had already guessed it. Otherwise, he would not have retreated. Mu Linger stood in front of the door, facing it tightly shut. Han Yunshi quickly pulled her over and told her everything. It would have been better if Mu Linger had not heard of Gu's immortal body. She knew that Gu's body had been corroded by the thorny vines for months. She knew that Gu had almost turned into the cold thorny tree in front of her. Mu Linger finally burst into tears. Sister, Chi brother is afraid of pain. Chi brother was very afraid of pain. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Han Yunshi let her cry as she wished, unable to reply. She had only found out the truth today. Han Yunshi's heart still ached as she watched Mu Linger cry until her face was about to crumble. That's right. 7th young master was afraid of pain. What had 7th young master been through these past few months? She leaned against the wall and recalled how 7th young master and Long Fei Yi had told her multiple times that the imperial harem won't die. Her eyes still stung with jealousy. Just what kind of feelings did Gu Qishao have to say those words to me? What kind of feelings did he have when he said to her, "Poison lass, I won't leave you behind unless I die"? Only now did Han Yunshi truly understand the weight of Gu Qishao's promise. Shao Qi's deepest impression of her wasn't his brilliant smile, but his words. Mu Linger couldn't stop crying, but Han Yunshi didn't cry. Han Yunshi's heart was filled with hope that Gu Qishao would walk out of that room on his own and smile at them. He could complain about why she wasn't sad or crying, and he could laugh at Linger for being a crybaby. Han Yunshi stopped crying, but she knew that in the future, she'd remember Little Chi's promise and everything that had happened today. She'd think of all that Qishao had endured alone, and her face would be covered in tears just like Mu Linger's. They waited all the way until night fell. Long Fei Yi had already sent the shadow guard over to set up a tent. Granny Zhao also came over to serve them and cook a big pot of hot food. Unfortunately, no one had any appetite as Gu wasn't awake yet. If Gu Beiyu hadn't said that Gu was fine, everyone would be panicking by now. At noon, Han Yunshi had Chu Shifeng deliver food to Gu Beiyue and told him to feed him. Gu Beiyue's acupuncture needles took energy, so he wouldn't wake up on an empty stomach. None of them had an appetite for dinner. Chu Shifeng was about to deliver food to Gu Beiyue when Gu Beiyue came out. Mu Linger ran in front and almost knocked Gu Beiyue over. How is it? How's Chi big brother? Is he awake? Is he all right? Gu Beiyue's face was weary, but he still smiled gently at Mu Linger. Miss Linger, don't worry. He's fine, he said. He told Chu Shifeng to stand guard in the room while Mu Linger went to the tent. He had something to discuss. Mu Linger wanted to see Chi big brother, but she also wanted to know the details of Chi big brother's condition. She couldn't decide. You can't go, his body is covered in needles. Gu Beiyue said, then told Chu Shifeng, light up the other 2 stoves as well. Don't let Chi Shao catch a cold, he's very weak right now. Mu Linger immediately blushed. She knew that Chi big brother was probably still naked right now. She turned back and asked, then when can we go? Tomorrow, Gu Beiyue said mildly. No one would know that last night, he was such a calm and rational person. However, he hugged little Seven and cried so sadly. Using up the perplexing butterfly illusion was the most irrational thing he'd done. When they returned to the tent, Gu Beiyue didn't even bother to eat before explaining last night's events to Han Yunshi and the rest. Han Yunshi personally placed a bowl of steaming hot soup in front of him. Only then did he comply and drink a bowl of it. Now that Gu Beiyue was out, everyone could eat in peace. They chatted as they ate. Gu Beiyue summarized Shao Qi's condition in a single sentence. He didn't want anyone to know what kind of torture Shao Qi had suffered last night, nor did he want to recall it. He only told them in detail about Shao Qi's reaction after he used the perplexing butterfly illusion. When the perplexing butterfly illusion fell, all of the thorny vines were corroded, leaving nothing behind. However, a red liquid was left behind. It looked very much like blood, but it wasn't blood at the same time. He despaired, only to discover that as the vines disappeared, Gu's flesh was gradually recovering. The vines had been corroded, but it looked more like they had withdrawn from Gu's body. When Gu's body completely reappeared, there was only a puddle of red liquid on the ground that looked like blood. He immediately checked Gu's pulse and found that it wasn't much different from normal. The only difference was that it was very weak, and his heartbeat was almost non-existent. He couldn't be bothered with the puddle of red liquid on the ground. He brought Gu into the room and immediately used acupuncture to protect his heart. After performing the acupuncture, he checked 3 times and was finally certain that 7th young master's life wasn't in danger. Mu Linger was stunned and kept sniffling. Han Yunshi hurriedly said, that red liquid took root in the soil and grew into a thorny tree? Gu had noticed the thorny tree at the door and nodded. Princess, that red liquid should be the plant essence in 7th young master's body. Why is the perplexing butterfly illusion the antidote? Long Feiyi also spoke up. When Han Yunshi left Medical City, she had handed the perplexing butterfly illusion to Gu Beiyue. The antidote was in their hands, but they had been busy for several months without knowing. It was truly helpless. This is also something this humble one doesn't understand. In terms of medicine, we still have to wait for 7th young master to wake up and figure it out together with Ling. Medicinal herbs and poisonous plants are mutually reinforcing and counteracting, and perplexing butterfly illusion is made from a mixture of withered plants. Looking at it carefully, it's not strange that perplexing butterfly illusion can cure 7th young master's undying body. Gu Beiyue said seriously, however, this humble one speculates that if Shao Qi hadn't turned into thorny vines, perhaps the perplexing butterfly illusion wouldn't have ended up like this. Han Yunshi wanted to say the same thing. If Gu's body hadn't been corroded by the thorny vines and used perplexing butterfly illusion, perhaps it wouldn't have hurt him at all. No one could say for sure. Moreover, Gu had used perplexing butterfly illusion last night after testing out various medicinal herbs. Would the remnants of those herbs in his body have any effect on the thorny vines? If they followed the formula from before and found the antidote for the plague, how much weaker would it be compared to the perplexing butterfly illusion? That was a question for Gu and Mu Ling to solve. Even so, they might not be able to figure it out. It wasn't easy to get the antidote for the plague. In any case, seventh young master had already recovered. Han Yunshi would rather never create an antidote than see a plague as large as the one from the past erupt in Cloud Realm continent again. Mu Ling sobbed, "Big sis, thank goodness you still kept the perplexing butterfly illusion. Otherwise, sob. Han Yunshi rejoiced as well. Seventh young master's body is still very weak. We have limited medicinal ingredients here, so I have to take him back to Medical City. I'm afraid he'll have to soak in the medicinal soup for a while," Gu Beiwe said seriously. "I'll go with you," Mu Ling said anxiously. Gu Beiwe nodded helplessly. "We'll still need Miss Ling to write up a few prescriptions." Mu Ling's eyes were still wet as she nodded. She was both upset and surprised, unable to calm down. Gu's affairs had finally come to an end. Gu Beiwe estimated that it'd be at least a month before Gu woke up. Tonight, however, everyone missed his brilliant, unrestrained smile. After the meal, Gu Beiwe stood up and bowed to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. "Congratulations to your highness and princess on the birth of a son." It was only then that Mu Ling remembered that she was here to see her little nephew. She said, "Big sis, can I go see little tomorrow? Let's go down the mountain together tomorrow." Although Han Yunshi missed her son after not seeing him for a day, she still wanted to accompany Gu with Gu Beiwe and Mu Ling. Long Fei Yi didn't have much of an opinion. Everyone stayed on the mountain for the night. The next morning, Mu Ling and Han Yunshi both saw Gu. His face was still as beautiful as ever. His long, narrow eyes were closed, and his eyelashes were long. Gu Beiwe helped him change into a white brocade robe. His quiet appearance made him look like a noble young master, the big brother next door. Chapter 1189. Han Yunshi and Mu Ling circled around the unconscious Gu, while Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe stood beneath the thorny tree. The two of them had been studying the thorny tree since last night. Just like Gu Qishao's, it couldn't be poisoned to death or burned to death. This further proved Han Yunshi's theory of plant essence. This thorny tree had been born from the plant essence in Gu's body, so it naturally inherited Gu's undying and indestructible body. More specifically, it wasn't undying or indestructible, but its immunity was higher than other creatures and its lifespan was much longer. Long Fei Yi suddenly unsheathed his sword and used the lustbite energy to hack at a few thorny vines. A single slash was all it took to shatter the thorny vines. Han Yunshi and Mu Ling both looked back. Han Yunshi grinned and said, "Long Fei Yi, this tree belongs to Gu. You can't damage it." Long Fei Yi saw that Han Yunshi was in a good mood, so he was too lazy to argue with her. Han Yunshi's words reminded Gu Beiwe of something. He quickly added, "Your Highness, it's better to send someone to guard this tree. If the plant essence falls into someone else's hands, it'll be as troublesome as the poison sects poison Gu humans. If plant essence could turn a person into an undying and indestructible body, then countless ambitious people in the world would fight over it. How many immoral doctors would use people for experiments? This matter had to be kept a secret, and this tree had to be protected. Long Fei Yi had long thought of this point. Last night, he'd left the task to Chu Shifeng. He wasn't just going to guard the tree, but the mountain as well. Otherwise, the tree would be too suspicious. This was a military base, so it wouldn't raise any suspicions if he sent someone to guard the mountain. At noon that day, Han Yunshi and the others returned to the barrack. Gu was settled in his tent. When Ning Jing saw that they had returned and that Gu was fine, she finally felt relieved. It was only then that Mu Ling realized that both Ning Jing and Tang Li were in the military camp. She did not mention much about Chi brother. Instead, she dragged Ning Jing to tell her about Tang Tang's interesting stories. Little Tang Tang was 1 year old and was at the age when she was very cute. There was always a basket of interesting things to talk about in the letters. While everyone was in the camp, Ning Jing called Tang Li over to let Gu Beiwei take a look. Tang Li still treated everyone as heir. She sat beside Ning Jing in a daze. Gu Beiwei could do nothing about mental trauma. No matter how good he was, he couldn't prescribe medicine that could cure mental trauma. However, Gu Beiwei still pretended to do some tests and gave Ning Jing some good news so that Ning Jing could see hope. Ning Jing was Tang Li's medicine. Gu Beiwei had to let Ning Jing see hope so that Ning Jing could persevere. Since he has memories of hidden weapons and doesn't reject them, I suggest that you go back to the place he's most familiar with. Gu Beiwei was not lying. He was serious. Ning Jing nodded. If it weren't for Gu's incident, she would have gone back to the Tang sect with Tang Li today. Sister Jing, don't worry. Mrs. Tang doted on Tang Tang very much and took very good care of her. She's even nagging every day about why you're not back yet. Mu Ling hurriedly said. I'm preparing to go back, Ning Jing said indifferently. Mu Ling looked apologetic. Sister Jing, I can't accompany you anymore. I have to go to Medical City with Chi brother. Silly girl, I didn't ask you to accompany me. Ning Jing didn't hold back. Mu Ling had bumped into her at Three-Way Black Market and almost caused her to have a miscarriage. She had been with her for long enough. Now, it wasn't Mu Ling who owed her anything. On the contrary, she owed Mu Ling a favor. Although Ning Jing didn't say it, she knew very well in her heart. At this moment, Han Yunxi thought of something and smiled. Ning Jing, Tang Li still owes Ling a debt. Mu Ling and Ning Jing looked confused. They obviously didn't know about this. Back at Three-Way Black Market, Tang Li said that the Tang sect would prepare a generous dowry for Ling when she gets married, Han Yunxi said seriously. Back then, Tang Li was grateful to Mu Ling for faking her pregnancy. Even if it meant ruining his own reputation, he would still protect Ning Jing. A girl's reputation was priceless. This favor was more important than anything else. I'll remember it, Ning Jing said seriously. Han Yunxi looked at Tang Li and asked jokingly, Sect Master Tang, you can't go back on your word. Han Yunxi was just joking. Unexpectedly, Tang Li suddenly looked at her thoughtfully. This time, everyone was shocked. Unfortunately, Tang Li only looked at Han Yunxi for a while and didn't have any other reaction. Miss Jing, when you return to the Tang sect, perhaps you can tell Sect Master Tang more about the past. Treat him as someone with amnesia, Gu Beiwei said. Ning Jing nodded seriously and remembered it. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by Tang Li's change, but they didn't notice Mu Ling's gloomy eyes. At the mention of dowry, she remembered her promise with Jin Zi. She had promised to marry Jin Zi and return to Wintercrow with him. Jin Zi had also promised to give her a year. If Chi brother still didn't like her, she had to go with him. A year was so long. But she clearly didn't feel like much time had passed. Why was the date of the promise almost here? The deadline was in 2 months. Mu Ling really didn't know what to do. She shook her head and decided to forget about it for now. In the next month or two, she had to take good care of Chi brother. As they chatted, Granny Zhao carried her over. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi stood up at the same time. Both of them wanted to carry him, but Han Yunxi let Long Feiyi have him. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi stepped back and said calmly, "You carry him." Although he hadn't seen his precious son for a day, Long Feiyi still missed him dearly. Why didn't he carry him all of a sudden? Of course, only Han Yunxi and Granny Zhao knew the reason. Mu Ling quickly ran over. "Sister, let me see, let me see." Rui who was almost a month old, no longer looked like a newborn with wrinkled skin. Instead, he had transformed into an extremely adorable child. His skin was as fair and delicate as if it had been washed with milk. His small features were exquisite and adorable. At this moment, he was staring curiously at Mu Ling. Mu Ling couldn't take her eyes off him. After a while, she suddenly said, "Sister, I want to have my own child too." Han Yunshi smiled helplessly. "Alright, get married first." Han Yunshi was still thinking about Mu Ling and Jin Zi. However, she had been too busy recently. When she was free, she had to find out more about Jin Zi's situation in Northernly. She couldn't be bothered to interfere in other people's affairs, but she had to care about Mu Ling's affairs. If she didn't care, who knew if this girl would be abducted? "Sister, can I hold him for a while?" Mu Ling blinked her big eyes and pleaded. "2 hugs is fine too," Han Yunshi teased. Mu Ling was overjoyed. She loved children, and this was her sister's son and her nephew. How could she not love and dote on him? She excitedly took from Han Yunshi's arms. Her movements were more skillful than Han Yunshi's as a mother. After all, she had personally taken care of little Tang Tang from birth until he was almost 1 year old. She was good at holding children and even better at coaxing them. "Sister, look, Ray isn't afraid of strangers." Mu Ling was overjoyed. Who knew that just as she finished speaking, Ray actually grinned at Mu Ling. His smile melted Mu Ling's heart. "Sister, look, Ray likes me. He's smiling at me. He's smiling at me." Mu Ling was very excited. Granny Zhao was happy and excited when she saw the little master smile. She couldn't stop smiling. "Miss Ling the little master is bold and isn't afraid of strangers. If he smiles, it means he likes you. If he cries, it means he definitely doesn't like you." "Granny Zhao, you're spouting nonsense. How can crying mean he likes me?" Mu Ling retorted. Her words caused a burst of laughter. Granny Zhao didn't mind and smiled foolishly. "This old servant is so happy that I'm muddle-headed." Granny Zhao had been happy ever since the little master was born. She was still immersed in joy even now. Granny Zhao was indeed muddle-headed. Otherwise, she would have noticed that her first master, Long Feiyi, was standing at the side with an ugly expression on his face. The reason Long Feiyi didn't hug Ray earlier was because he was afraid that Ray would cry in front of everyone. Mu Ling couldn't bear to let go of Ray once she hugged him. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to take care of Gu, she would definitely have stayed in the military camp. She teased Ray, making funny faces and tickling him. Ray giggled until he burped in the end. Gu Beiwei walked over and gave the little master a serious look. His soft eyes grew even softer as he doted on the boy. It was enough to make one drown in his gaze and dream of a lifetime of beautiful dreams. "Dr. Gu, do you want a hug?" Mu Ling asked. Gu Beiwei wanted to, but he didn't dare to. "Hug him. He'll definitely like you too." Mu Ling smiled. "He'll definitely like you. Hurry up and hug him." Han Yunshi urged. She didn't want to hurt Long Feiyi, but wanted to verify once again whether Ray was afraid of strangers. Who knew that when Gu Beiwei carefully carried Ray actually didn't cry and even grinned at him? That's strange. How is this being afraid of strangers? He's so young, yet he doesn't know how to be afraid of strangers. He clearly doesn't like his father. She didn't know about babies. Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi's sullen face and suddenly realized that there was finally a man in this world who could control Long Feiyi. That was his precious son. Gu Beiwei still knew his manners and returned Ray to Mu Ling after a while. Mu Ling didn't care about the rules. She wanted to hug him to her heart's content before leaving. She turned back to look at Han Yunshi and smiled slyly. "Sister, we're leaving tomorrow. I'll sleep with Ray tonight, okay?" Han Yunshi gladly agreed. One night was too short. It was finally time to say goodbye again. Before Gu Beiwei left, Long Feiyi mentioned the matter of Medical City and Medicine City joining forces with the military to rush to the northern part of Northernly to relieve the disaster and fight the plague. Gu Beiyu knew Long Feiye's ultimate goal. He said faintly, "Your Highness, don't worry about preparing for the ascension. Leave it to me." Long Feiyi said softly, "I hope you can hold the position of head of the Imperial Hospital and Grand Tutor. What do you think?" Chapter 1190. Head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard and Grand Tutor at the same time? Gu Beiyu was undoubtedly the head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, but he was still a little fearful of the position of Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was the Imperial Tutor. Not only was he the Emperor's teacher, but he was also the Crown Prince's teacher. This was a heavy responsibility. A complicated look flitted past Gu Beiyu's eyes, but he still nodded. "Many thanks for your Highness's appreciation." This one, Long Feiyi cut him off. "Think it over before you answer me. There's no rush." Gu Beiyu nodded. "All right." Gu Beiyu and Mu Ling took Gu back to Medical City, while Ning Jing and Tang Li headed for the Tang clan. Only Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's family remained in rear camp. The temporary capital of Yuning Prefecture was more or less finished, and the Imperial Palace was built on the old site of the government offices. Everyone assumed that Long Feiyi would proclaim himself emperor on his son's 1-month-old birthday. But Long Feiyi only moved into Yuning Palace on Ru'er's 1-month-old birthday. This time, everyone began to speculate. Besides Northernly, the rest of Cloud Realm continent was still in Long Feiyi's hands. Everything was in place, so why hadn't Long Feiyi proclaimed himself emperor? What was he waiting for? Both the East Qin camp and the East Qin camp were waiting for Long Feiyi to pay his respects at the East Qin mausoleum and acknowledge his ancestors before reviving the East Qin Empire and proclaiming himself emperor. Meanwhile, the Western Qin camp was worried. If Long Feiyi revived the East Qin Empire, where would Western Qin stand? Does the princess care about this matter? Long Feiyi's lack of movement and Han Yunxi's silence made both sides uneasy. The West Qin camp didn't care. Whether Long Feiyi revived the East Qin or the Great Qin, it didn't affect them much. They were all hoping that Long Fei would proclaim himself emperor as soon as possible so that he could be rewarded according to his merits. Han Yunxi was probably the only one who knew what Long Fei was waiting for. On Ru'er's 1-month-old birthday, all factions sent him gifts of heavenly treasures and extravagant gifts. Long Feiyi didn't even look at them, but had Zhao Mama bring Ru'er over so he could eat with Han Yunxi. He personally ordered someone to take out the treasured sword, Ice Stream, from the hidden sword pavilion of Tianshan Mountain and give it to Ru. Long Feiyer's father, Long Feiyez's father, yes father. In fact, there was only one reason Long Feiyi hadn't proclaimed himself emperor yet. He was waiting for the plague in Northernly to end and the war to end. He didn't want to start a new empire while the plague was running rampant in the north, nor did he want to establish a new country while Ningqing was still on the battlefield. Ningqing hadn't returned yet. When he proclaimed himself emperor, the D clan would definitely come to bother Han Yunxi. He had a bet with Ningqing, and the internal affairs of the D clan would be left to Ningqing to deal with. As soon as Long Feiyi gave permission for Ningqing to send troops, Ningqing immediately set out with limited provisions, and more provisions were on the way. Vice Academy head Shen of Medical City had already sent a medical team of more than 20 people to Northernly to support Ningqing. Ningqing wasn't going to war, but disaster relief. In that case, medical teams and medicinal ingredients were more important than soldiers and provisions. If Ru'er wasn't so young, Han Yunxi would have personally organized a medical team and rushed to Northernly. She couldn't travel far, but she didn't idle around either. While Long Feiyi was busy with military and government affairs, she personally took charge of the distribution of medicinal ingredients and acted as the middleman between Medicine City and Medical City. She was the disciple of the King of Medicine in name and had a deep friendship with the Old Man of Alchemy. In addition, the great clans in Medicine City had received support from her and Long Feiyi. Thus, when she asked for medicinal ingredients, No one in Medicine City refused. On the contrary, many clans took the initiative to deliver them. Regarding the cost of medicinal herbs, everyone expressed their willingness to contribute to the disaster relief. Han Yunshi didn't refuse these free ingredients and accepted them all. The clans in Medicine City were well off to begin with. Even if they provided a few more batches of medicinal ingredients, it didn't mean much to them. On the other hand, no matter how rich Long Fei Yi was, he would save where he could. Moreover, the Long Fei Yi had spent an incalculable amount on military pay and provisions in the past 2 years. After so many years of war, the national treasuries of Tian'an, Tianing, and Western Zhou were all empty. Even after conquering these 3 countries, they hadn't taken much silver from them. Leaving aside the rebuilding of the country after the war, just rebuilding Yuning Palace and Tian'an's Imperial Palace would cost a lot of silver. Where would all this money come from? Some came from Long Fei Ye's own pockets, while others came from Jiangnan's financial clans and aristocratic families. The southern military had the fewest military achievements, so why were they so confident in their words in the military world? It was all because they were backed by large financial clans. Han Yunshi knew that money would be needed everywhere once the country was established. She didn't know what kind of bottomless pit Cloud Realm's finances would be after the war. She only knew that she should save as much money as she could for Long Fei Yi. She was even beginning to look for new sources of income for Long Fei Ye's national treasury. Actually, the medical market was a good way to earn money, but once the imperial court took control of the medical industry, it would no longer be profitable. Even if it was a good source of income, Han Yunshi wouldn't set her sights on the medical industry. If she wanted to make money, she couldn't earn it from the common people. In her heart, Han Yunshi set her sights on the large clans and financial clans of Jiangnan. Of course, this was all for later. With Han Yunshi personally taking charge of the investigation, everything went smoothly. After Gu Beiwei and Mu Ling brought Shao Qi back to Medical City, Gu Beiwei arranged for Shao Qi to stay in his back courtyard. After a long discussion with Mu Ling he finally settled on a prescription. Gu Beiwei said that ordinary ingredients would do, but Mu Ling insisted on premium ingredients. She even personally brought them over from the Medical City's Mu family. Thanks to Mu Linger and Han Yunshi's relationship, the Mu clan was finally able to regain their footing in Medicine City. Mu Ingdong was still in jail, so Mu Linger's half-brother, born of a concubine from a different mother, was in charge of the clan. That brother treated Mu Ling like a bodhisattva and granted her every request. While Gu Beiwei was busy with Gu, he was also busy with the formation of a medical team. So far, Medical City had only sent out 2 medical teams. This was far from enough to deal with the rapidly spreading epidemic. 10 days after returning to Medical City and confirming that Gu's condition had stabilized, Gu Beiwei left Gu in Mu Ling-er's care. With the assistance of a medical assistant, Mu Ling-er was able to complete the daily tasks of changing the medicinal decoction and administering acupuncture. One afternoon, Mu Ling-er personally boiled a large pot of medicinal decoction. After changing the decoction in the tub, she had a servant carry Gu away. Gu had to soak in the decoction for 2 to 4 hours every day. Gu Qishao sat quietly in the wooden tub with his eyes closed as if he'd fallen asleep. Mu Ling-er had everyone withdraw and personally closed the door. Like every day in the past, she moved a chair to sit beside the tub, leaned her arms against the edge of the tub, and stared at her Qi brother. She had to admit that her eyes were restless. Not only did she look at Qi brother's face, but she also couldn't help but look down at Qi brother's chest several times. Qi brother's upper body was bare. His figure was so good that Mu Ling-er blushed. Mu Ling-er knew that this was the only chance in her life that she could be with Qi brother every day. She could look at him so closely and accompany him day and night. When Qi brother woke up, he would still run away, and she would have to face Jin Zi. In the past, she always hoped that Qi brother would grow old. Who knew that Chi brother was immortal? Now, Chi brother was not immortal. Unfortunately, she might not be able to wait until he ran out of energy. Chi brother, what do you think I should do? In addition to looking at Gu, Mu Ling had been talking to Chi brother for the past few days. It was because she knew that he couldn't hear her and wouldn't answer that she dared to say anything. Chi brother, Ling doesn't want to break her promise. Ling made the promise herself. Ling knows that she's stupid, but Chi brother, Jean Z is not a bad person. Actually, Jean Z has a good heart. Chi brother, if I didn't promise Jean Z, he would threaten me. Jean Z will use me to threaten my sister. He won't have a good ending. So, I could only promise him. Chi brother, as Mu Ling spoke, she slowly tilted her head and looked at Gu helplessly and affectionately. Chi brother, Ling wants to marry you. I want to have children with you. Do you know that? After saying this, Mu Ling immediately realized that she was stupid again. When she left Northernly, Chi brother had hinted to her that it was impossible for them to be together. Chi brother had always known that she liked him. Chi brother wasn't stupid. If Gu heard Mu Ling's words, how would he feel? He probably wouldn't feel anything. He knew Mu Ling's thoughts better than anyone else. He would probably feel that it was too noisy, right? Just like that, Mu Ling nagged beside Gu for a whole hour. It wasn't until the medicine boy came in to heat up the medicine that she stopped and ran to drink some water. This medicine boy was about 12 or 13 years old. He was sent here personally by Gu Beiwei and was very smart and sensible. Usually, he would leave immediately after finishing his work and wouldn't delay. However, today's matter was already over, but he stood aside and didn't leave. Is there something else? Mu Linger asked. The medicine boy stammered. Big sister Linger, it's… Actually, I just, speak frankly. There are no outsiders here. Mu Ling never put on airs in front of the medicine boy. Big sister Ling, my father made a bet with someone and bet a lot of money. I wanted to secretly ask you if my father would win or lose, said the medicine boy. Mu Ling was suspicious. What bet? Is it related to me? It's, the medicine boy said timidly. It's related to Principal Beiwei. Everyone outside is betting on whether or not he'll marry the Qin family's young miss. What did you say? Mu Ling was very surprised. It's been going around since a few months ago. It's said that Principal Beiwei sent someone to the Qin family as a matchmaker. However, there hasn't been any news even now, so many people have set up bet. My father is betting that Principal Beiwei won't marry the Qin family's young miss. That wheelchair-bound young miss of the Qin family? Mu Ling asked in surprise. She was quite familiar with the situation of the great clans in Medical City. The medicine boy immediately nodded. Mu Ling was even more shocked. She ran out without another word. She naturally went to find Gu Beiwei. Chapter 1191. When Mu Ling ran to Gu Beiwei's study, Gu Beiwei had just finished discussing the matter of dispatching a medical team with several vice directors and elders. Gu Beiwei had already decided to personally go to Northernly. Although Mu Ling was carefree, she was still a little shrewd. Seeing that everyone was still there, she didn't say anything and just waited on the side. Seeing that she was waiting, everyone excused themselves. Gu Beiwei hurriedly asked, Miss Linger, what's wrong? Did something happen to 7th young master? The reason why Gu Beiwei could hand Gu over to Mu Linger was because he was certain that Gu would be fine, so he wasn't worried. Mu Linger saw that there was no one around, but she was still worried. She pulled Gu Beiwei to a corner and asked in a low voice, I heard that you're going to marry the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Gu Beiwei was stunned at first, but then he smiled and directly nodded. Yes, it's really true. Mu Linger was scared out of her wits. Not to mention the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who was in a wheelchair. Even the best woman in Medical City wasn't worthy of Gu Beiwei. He was young and promising, good-looking, gentle, held a high position, had a noble status, was skilled in martial arts, and had superb medical skills. How could such a man be worried about not being able to find a wife? Seeing Gu Beiyue's faint smile, Mu Linger knew that he wasn't joking. She looked at Gu Beiyue seriously and asked, "Why? Miss Linger, this is a private matter. Let's not talk about it. I'll be leaving for Northernly tomorrow. Come with me to see 7th young master." Gu Beiyue kindly refused to answer. Mu Linger didn't let go. "Dr. Gu, do you have some difficulties? Did someone force you?" "Why is that?" "No one forced me. I like Miss Qin and want to marry her. It's that simple," Gu Beiyue explained. "You?" Mu Linger couldn't believe it. "Do my sister and His Highness know?" "Miss Linger, this is my personal matter. When the wedding date is set, this one will inform the princess and His Highness." Gu Beiyue became serious. What he meant was that even his master, Han Yunshi, couldn't interfere with his private affairs. Mu Linger understood, but she still felt that something was wrong. She glanced at Gu Beiyue a few times, but didn't ask much. However, she secretly decided that she must tell her sister and His Highness about this matter. She was sure that Gu Beiyue had a reason for doing this. Gu Beiyue hadn't seen Shao Qi for several days. As soon as he saw Shao Qi, he found that Mu Linger took very good care of him. Mu Linger even helped Gu comb his hair neatly. After recuperating for so long, Gu's body recovered quite well. Gu Beiyue carefully examined him again before telling Mu Linger, "He'll be fine after soaking for another 10 days or so. The medicine is also poisonous, so it's not good for his body if he soaks in it for too long. When the time comes, follow the acupuncture technique I taught you and perform acupuncture on him every morning. He fell into a coma because his body was weak. He'll definitely wake up when he regains his vitality and strength. In my opinion, he should be able to wake up at the beginning of next month." There was still half a month until the beginning of next month. Mu Linger was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. She just looked at Gu and smiled. Gu Beiyue was amused by Mu Linger's reaction. He said, "Linger, talk to Shao Qi more. He should gradually regain consciousness. Maybe he can hear you." Mu Linger was stunned at first when she heard this. Then, she turned around with her back facing Gu. Her entire face instantly flushed red. Heavens, she had told Qi brother a lot of her heartfelt thoughts recently. She even said that she wanted to help Qi brother bear a child. Mu Linger wanted to bang her head against the wall in front of her and knock herself out. Seeing Mu Linger's embarrassed look, Gu Beiyue could roughly guess what had happened. He pretended that he didn't know anything and smiled faintly. "Linger, I'll leave 7th young master in your care. I'll be leaving now." If Mu Linger was smart enough, she should be able to understand what Gu Beiyue meant by guard. Unfortunately, Mu Linger wasn't smart enough. She was immersed in her own embarrassment and couldn't care less about what Gu Beiyue was saying. 5 days after Gu Beiyue left Medical City, Mu Linger personally went to the wilderness to look for a few medicinal herbs. When she returned, she found that the large wooden tub was empty and Gu was gone. Mu Linger stood in place for a long time. Only when the medicine boy came in and couldn't find Gu Beiyue did she regain her senses. She hurriedly opened the wardrobe. Sure enough, the red robe she had specially prepared for him was gone. Mu Linger stood in front of the open wardrobe in a daze as tears slowly flowed down her face. "Qi brother, you abandoned me again. You abandoned me again," Mu Linger cried as she ran out of the backyard and out of the medical academy. She left Medical City on the same day and headed in the direction of Yuning Palace to look for him. She knew that once Gu woke up, he would definitely look for her sister. But who knew that when Mu Linger rushed day and night and arrived at Yuning Palace, she found that Qi brother wasn't there. Moreover, her sister didn't even know that Qi brother had woken up. Then where is he? Han Yunshi was very surprised. It was one thing for Gu to hide from Linger, but no matter what, he should have come to see her and Long Feiyi. She and Long Feiyi had been worried about him for so long. Where is he? Mu Linger's eyes immediately turned red. She didn't cry all the way. She was in such a hurry that she forgot to rest and even forgot to be sad. However, when she couldn't see Chi brother here, all her grievances burst out in an instant. She didn't ask Chi brother to do anything. When he woke up, he could talk to her and smile at her before leaving. Chi brother, do you know how much Linger missed your smile? Linger, don't cry. Don't worry. Let's look for him together. Han Yunshi hurriedly persuaded. Long Feiyi glanced at Mu Linger and walked out of the door without saying a word. Gu could hide from Mu Linger and not be found by her, so he should be fine. He couldn't be bothered to care about these other people's business. It couldn't be better if Gu didn't come to Yuning. Han Yunshi comforted Mu Linger while sending the shadow guard to various places to look for him. In fact, she sent the shadow guard just to show Mu Linger, so that Mu Linger would have some hope in her heart. She knew that Gu must be deliberately avoiding Linger since he didn't even come to her place after leaving Medical City. This silly girl, did she not see it or was she unwilling to accept it? Mu Linger was too sad. If she was sad because Chi brother left her last time at the peak of the back mountain, then this time, she was sad because Chi brother didn't want her anymore. Han Yunshi couldn't persuade her. In the end, she asked Granny Zhao to carry Ruer over and said seriously, Linger, if you cry again, you'll scare Ruer. Mu Linger looked up. As soon as she saw Ruer, she didn't dare to cry out loud, but her tears still flowed. Han Yunshi saw her reluctant look and felt helpless. She could only let her cry. If crying could make her feel better, that would be good. Han Yunshi carried Ruer into the courtyard. The 1-month-old Ruer was changing rapidly with each passing day. He could sense the movements of his surroundings and had a wealth of emotions and expressions. He especially liked it when his mother carried him out to stroll in the garden. He was still too young and didn't know that he had a very beautiful godfather who loved to joke and could find a lot of delicious food. He also didn't know how sad Aunt Linger was. He also didn't know that the most helpless thing in the world was not being able to get what you wanted. Mu Linger cried until she fell into a deep sleep. By the time she woke up, it was already dusk. Han Yunshi was sitting right next to her. As soon as Mu Linger opened her eyes, she saw Han Yunshi sitting beside her flipping through the account book. She didn't know what account book it was, but she knew that Han Yunshi was very busy. Her cold heart warmed a lot. She said seriously, Sister, I've troubled you again. Han Yunshi rolled her eyes at her and looked back at the account book. She said lightly, I'll stay in this room with you tonight. Are you hungry? Let Granny Zhao cook a bowl of noodles for you? I'm not hungry. Mu Linger thought for a moment and said seriously, Sister, I'm going to Northernly to find Dr. Gu. I'll go with him to save people. Han Yunshi was surprised and relieved. She patted Mu Linger's shoulder and said seriously, Good job. Because of the snow disaster and the plague, many cities and counties in Northernly were in a state of collapse. The soldiers either fled or were infected with the plague. The entire northern part of Northernly was like hell on earth. The Northern Dynasty's emperors took away the food and medicine and retreated to the foot of the snowy mountains in the north to defend a corner. After Ning Cheng deployed his troops, he brought food and medicine to the disaster victims. The disaster victims and soldiers naturally surrendered. While they were grateful to the Ning Cheng army, they were also very cooperative with the management of Ning Cheng's troop. Ning Jing used 2 months to divide the troops into several groups, and almost all of the plague victims had been isolated. The soldiers were responsible for the delivery of food and medicine. The treatment and prevention of the plague could only be left to the medical team. The first news that Han Yunshi received was that Gu Beiwei was about to arrive at Ning Cheng's camp. He brought 3 very professional plague prevention and treatment teams with him. He wanted to end the disaster as soon as possible before midsummer arrived. Mu Ling-er was proficient in medicine. If she went, she would definitely be a great help to Gu Beiwei. Mu Ling-er wiped away the tears on her face firmly and said seriously, Sister, go accompany Ru'er and His Highness. I want to see that tree on the mountain. I'll stay the night on the mountain. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Be careful. If you want to go home, come here, Han Yunshi said gently. Mu Ling was about to leave, but she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and asked, Sister, did you receive the letter I sent you before? About the matter with the first Miss Qin? Han Yunshi asked. Yes. It's about that. Mu Ling still wanted to say that Gu Beiwei might have his reasons, but Han Yunshi interrupted her. Ling marriage is a private matter. Since North Moon chose her, he must have his reasons. Let's just wait for the wedding banquet. Mu Ling frowned. She was still worried. However, Han Yunshi waved her hand and told her to hurry up the mountain before it turned completely dark. The mountain path was easier to traverse. Mu Ling left and suddenly laughed at herself. Her own matters were already a mess, so why was she still worrying about Gu Beiwei? When Mu Ling arrived at the top of the mountain, it was already completely dark. It was the end of spring and the beginning of summer. There were more stars in the sky. She leapt onto a large branch of the thorny vines and sat down. Only when she raised her head did she discover that the dense thorny vines had blocked out the stars. She did not come down again. She sat on the tree in a daze for the entire night. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Perhaps it was because this thorny tree belonged to Chi Brother, but in her daze, she actually had the illusion that Chi Brother was right beside her, watching over her. Chapter 1192. The night gradually deepened. Mu Ling gradually fell asleep in a daze. Even though she was in the wilderness, curling up on a tree branch was not comfortable at all, but she slept exceptionally peacefully. Her instincts did not lie to her. Gu was indeed nearby. By the time Mu Ling fell into a deep sleep, Gu Qishao had emerged from the darkness. Dressed in an elegant and luxurious red robe, his smile was devastatingly beautiful. His smile was like a red lotus in the night, silently blooming, so enchanting that it was suffocating. He stood on top of the thorny tree, his red robe contrasting with the thorny tree crown. Under the moonlight, it became a meaningful painting. His smile was frozen in the painting. On the tree, Mu Ling's peaceful and innocent sleeping face was also frozen forever. Looking from afar, this scene, this moment, was forever. Gu walked closer, quietly jumped onto the tree branch, and sat opposite Mu Ling. Although Mu Ling's eyes were closed, Gu could still see that her eyes were swollen. Actually, even without looking, he knew that this lass must have been crying every day during this period. Wasn't it always like this in the past? When she couldn't find him, she would cry. Gu, who was always smiling and not serious, was rarely so serious. Those long and narrow eyes did not have a smile, only silence and steadiness. He looked at Mu Ling and said lightly, Silly lass, crying is useless, being strong is useless. It's been so many years, you have to grow up. After saying that, he smiled to himself, 3 parts doting, and 7 parts helplessness. He slowly leaned forward, close to Mu Ling and lightly pecked her forehead, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and immediately let go. He could only give this much. He did not even look at her, and jumped down from the thorny tree, and turned to walk into the forest. Step by step, although he walked very slowly, he did not look back. Just like that, Gu's figure disappeared into the night, and Mu Ling slept soundly until dawn. She smiled sweetly in the morning light. He wondered what kind of sweet dream she was having. When the sunlight became more and more dazzling, Mu Ling finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she did was to touch her forehead. She had a beautiful dream last night. She dreamed that Chi Brother stayed by her side and even kissed her. That feeling was too real. She remembered clearly that when Chi Brother leaned over, she could smell the unique fragrance of herbs on his body. Those herbs were personally concocted by her. He had been soaking in the medicinal decoction for more than 2 months, so the fragrance was left on his body. In fact, she really wanted to open her eyes and see how Chi Brother would approach her and kiss her. but she didn't dare. She was afraid that as soon as she opened her eyes, she would wake up from her beautiful dream, and all she could see was the endless darkness of the forest. Mu Linger touched her forehead and felt happy for a long time. She tore off her hair tie and tied it into a beautiful bough on the thorny tree above her head. She knew she'd come back here one day. Mu Linger jumped off the tree and stretched her limbs before heading north. At the foot of the mountain, her big sister had arranged for a carriage and luggage for her, as well as a shadow guard. She was going to Northernly to help the medical team save the dying. As soon as Mu Linger left, Chu Shifeng exhaled in relief and immediately went back to report. Yesterday, Han Yunshi had been worried that Mu Linger would take things too hard and do something stupid, so she'd sent Chu Shifeng to observe in secret. Thus, Chu Shifeng had seen Gu last night as well. Princess, Gu went west. This subordinate sent people to follow him from a distance so we can know his whereabouts at any time, Chu Shifeng said. Han Yunshi was surprised. Gu didn't want to see Linger, but he didn't want to see her or Long Fei Yi either. That guy had been clamoring all day to be Ruer's godfather. What kind of godfather would do that? At this moment, Long Fei Yi had just finished dealing with government affairs and arrived. Chu Shifeng immediately told him about Gu, but Long Fei Yi wasn't interested at all. He only grunted before going to play with Ruer. Ruer had been playing happily with Zhao Mama, but stopped smiling as soon as he saw his father walk over. He stared at his father with wide eyes. His clear black and white eyes were so clear that it was intoxicating. Even someone as smart as Long Fei Yi couldn't guess what the little fellow was thinking. But when Long Fei Yi saw that Ruer didn't seem to reject him, he scooted closer and reached out to hug his son. Helpless, he had just picked up Ruer when Ruer started crying again. Long Fei Yi's patience was limited. It had been months since Ruer was born, but he cried every time he held him. Was this little fellow here to go against him? I don't believe it. Long Fei Yi wouldn't let go of Ruer. Han Yunshi couldn't bear to let him go and ran over. Let go of him. He's crying like this, you'll scare him. My Long Fei Yi's son shouldn't be so easily frightened, Long Fei Yi said unhappily. How old is he? Let go of him. Han Yunshi was fierce. Actually, Long Fei Yi was only fierce with his words. Seeing his son's teary eyes made his heart ache even more than Han Yunshi. He could only obediently let go. Ruer stopped crying as soon as he was in his mother's arms. Han Yunshi teased him again, causing him to chuckle even though his eyes were still brimming with tears. His pitiful, adorable appearance made everyone laugh. Even Long Fei Yi couldn't help laughing. Long Fei Yi asked, "Just what's going on? When will he stop being afraid of me?" Han Yunshi gave Long Fei Yi a helpless answer. "I don't know either. Why don't you talk things over with him?" Long Fei Yi scooted closer to Ruer, who looked him in the eye. Father and son stared at each other for a long time without coming to a conclusion. Chu Shifeng and Zhao Mama were both secretly laughing on the side. In the end, Chu Shifeng walked over and asked in a low voice, "Princess, how about this subordinate find Qishao and have him go help out in Northernly?" "Meddlesome," Han Yunshi replied. Gu wasn't a man who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. Moreover, Gu was an expert in medicine, not medicine. He wouldn't be of much help in Northernly, but would only add to the mess. As long as that fellow recovered, Han Yunshi wouldn't care about his whereabouts. Chu Shifeng backed away resentfully at the meddlesome remark, not daring to say another word. But soon enough, the shadow guard reported from the doorway, "Your Highness, there's a secret missive for you." Long Fei Yi was still staring at little Ruer when he asked, "Where did it come from?" "Gu," the shadow guard replied honestly. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi both looked up at him at the same time. Chu Shifeng was surprised as well and quickly went to retrieve the missive. Long Fei Yi's gaze turned cold as soon as he opened the letter. There was only one line written inside, "Long Fei Yi, tell your shadow to get lost. Don't follow this old man anymore, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." Long Feiye's eyes were cold as he handed the missive to Chu Shifeng. Chu Shifeng sensed something off as soon as he saw his master's expression. He carefully peeked at the words and felt like his world had collapsed. Long Feiye didn't even ask where Gu was. Cold, he asked, who sent someone to follow him? Chu Shifeng's head was almost buried in his collar as he didn't dare to answer. Han Yunxi was about to speak when Long Feiye said cold, Chu Shifeng, you go follow him personally. Follow him wherever he goes. Bring more poison guards with you as well. Remember, if you lose him, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chu Shifeng raised his head and grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Yes, this subordinate obeys. His Highness is still partial to his own people. He'd definitely bring the best poison guards with him to follow Gu every day. That way, he'd see if Gu dared to tell them to get lost again. A leopard couldn't change its spots. Gu was still as bad-tempered as ever after his narrow escape from death. What could Han Yunxi say? She pretended she didn't know a thing and kept playing with her precious son. Looking at Rui, who didn't know how to sit yet and only knew how to cry and laugh. At most, he could wave his little hands and kick his little legs. Han Yunxi was truly anxious to see Rui grow up faster. That way she could take her son and run all over the world. In truth, Han Yunxi was busy as hell. Even if Rui could run around with her, she probably wouldn't have time to leave Yuning Prefecture at all. A few days ago, Ning Jing had mentioned in her letters that little Tang Tang had learned how to walk. Han Yunxi calculated that it'd be next year before Rui could walk again. After Ning Jing and Tang Li returned to the Tang clan, everything went smoothly. Lady Tang and the Tang clan elders were all preoccupied with Tang Li and didn't have time to worry about Ning Jing. Most importantly, they still didn't know that Ning Jing couldn't conceive anymore. Han Yunxi might have spies at the Tang clan, but outsiders couldn't meddle in its internal affairs. If she wanted Ning Jing to have a good life in the future, she could only place her hopes on Tang Li. 10 days later, Mu Ling arrived at the headquarters of the Northern Li Ning clan troops, the Hulun Mountain Barracks. Han Yunxi had already greeted Ning Qing and Gu Beiwei. They weren't surprised by Mu Ling's arrival, but Jin Zi, who didn't know anything, was surprised. Mu Ling came just in time to see Gu Beiwei going to the quarantine area. If she had been half a day late, she probably wouldn't have been able to see Gu Beiwei. Mu Ling was very conflicted about other things, but she wasn't at all conflicted about saving people and treating illnesses. She was decisive and prudent when needed. As soon as she arrived at the barracks, she said to Gu Beiwei, Dr. Gu, I'll go with you. Mu Ling wasn't a doctor and might not be as good as Gu Beiwei in diagnosis and medication, but as a pharmacist, she was of great help to Gu Beiwei. For example, she was responsible for checking whether the prescription was right for the illness, whether the combination of medicinal ingredients was reasonable, whether there were any side effects, whether the dosage was appropriate, and whether the ingredients were real or fake. Gu Beiwei wasn't as professional as Mu Ling when it came to the quality of medicinal ingredients, so it wasn't convenient for him to be so serious. Mu Ling who was from Medicine City, was the most suitable person for this task. After all, almost all of the medicinal ingredients for the disaster relief this time were provided by Medicine City for free. Gu Beiwei had to be wary of the various clans from Medicine City tampering with the ingredients. Chapter 1193. How could they tamper with the herbs? For example, old and moldy herbs could be dried in the sun, washed, and sent over for use. Another example was that some herbs had already been refined and their essence could be dried in the sun before being sent over. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the pharmaceutical world. Some moldy herbs could still be used after being dried in the sun, but some herbs would be poisonous once they became moldy. As for those second-hand herbs, their efficacy was not as good as the original. If they were used according to the normal dosage, it would directly affect their efficacy. Gu Beiwei was worried that there was no suitable person to take care of this. Mu Ling was a straightforward girl who dared to offend anyone. She was simply the best candidate. Gu Beiyue saw that Mu Ling was covered in dust and looked tired. He said, "Miss Ling please rest well. I will go ahead first. You can leave tomorrow morning." "I'm not tired. Dr. Gu, how many people have died in the quarantine area if we delay for a day?" Mu Ling had a serious look on her face. Currently, the disaster areas in Northern Li were basically under control. Every city was divided into two. The healthy victims and the infected victims were separated. Several medical teams were sent to different quarantine areas to save the critically ill. Ningcheng's soldiers were responsible for delivering herbs to the healthy victims to prevent infection. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. However, there were still many critically ill patients who died every day. Their bodies were all burned nearby. The reason why Gu Beiyue wanted to personally stay in the quarantine area was to protect these critically ill patients. Currently, there were 7 cities that surrendered to Ningcheng, occupying more than half of the northern part of Northern Li. In these 7 cities, there were about 300 critically ill patients. Gu Beiyue could not handle it alone. He could only do his best and save as many as possible. Gu Beiyue admired Mu Ling's professionalism the most. He nodded and said, "I'll give you 2 hours to eat and rest." It was at this time that Jin Zi came in and bumped into Mu Ling. Jin Zi stared blankly, Mu Ling also stared blankly. The two of them, one at the door, the other at the door, the distance between them was only about 10 steps. They looked at each other. Gu Beiyue left without a sound, and Ningcheng followed suit. Unexpectedly, Jin Zi turned around and looked at him. "Cold," he said. "Ningcheng, I have something to talk to you about." "Oh," Ningcheng said thoughtfully. "Go ahead." "Can I have a word with you?" Jin Zi's tone was obviously unfriendly. Although he was talking to Ningcheng, his eyes never left Mu Ling. Mu Ling really didn't like Jin Zi's gaze. Every time he looked at her, his gaze was cold and sharp, as if he could see through her heart. Mu Ling was a muddle-headed person who couldn't even see herself clearly. She hated Jin Zi's gaze, and was also afraid of it. "Then, let's go," Ningcheng said again. Jin Zi then retracted his gaze and turned around to leave. After everyone had left, the curtains were lowered. Mu Ling then regained her senses. Actually, the reason she came back to Northern Li this time was firstly for disaster relief, and secondly to settle the score with Jin Zi. In another 2 days, their 1-year agreement would be up. Mu Ling shook her head, not wanting to think too much. On the way here, she had already made up her mind. When Jin Zi came to ask her, she would lay her cards on the table with Jin Zi. Mu Ling exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, walked to the warm couch at the side and sat down heavily on it. Suddenly, squeak! This sharp squeak startled Mu Ling so much that she immediately jumped up. She saw Lil Thing sprawled out on all fours, lying flat on the rabbit fur cushion. Mu Ling didn't even look carefully earlier. How would she know that Lil Thing would be sleeping here? She hurriedly carried Lil Thing up and pulled at its claws, then pulled at its hind legs. "Lil Thing, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know you were here." Lil Thing lazily stretched its 4 claws and twisted its neck before looking at Mu Ling. "I really didn't do it on purpose." Mu Ling apologized again. Lil Thing immediately stood up and turned around to show Mu Ling that it was fine. Mu Ling couldn't help but laugh. "You're still the best." Mu Ling sat down to rest and Lil Thing jumped onto her. It hadn't seen Miss Ling for a long time, and it was very happy. Although Mu Ling was tired, she couldn't fall asleep. She wanted to go out for a walk and talk about the disaster areas, but when she thought of Jin Zi and Ningcheng talking outside, she didn't want to disturb them. She held Lil Thing in her hands and began to chat with it. "Lil Thing, did you know that Dr. Gu's getting married? That's not right. You follow Dr. Gu around every day, so you must know." "Lil Thing, have you seen that eldest Miss Qin?" "I haven't, but I've heard that she can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Lil Thing, you know Dr. Gu best. What do you think Dr. Gu is thinking? Mu Linger said a bunch of things, but Lil Thing only looked confused. It had no idea what she was talking about. As for that eldest Miss Chin, Lil Thing had no idea either. Originally, its mission was complete after the gentleman brought Gu back to Medical City. It was supposed to return to Mama Yunshi's side and visit its little master. But it couldn't bear to part with the gentleman. Mama Yunshi didn't send anyone to pick it up, so it happily followed the gentleman to Northernly. Mu Linger was staring blankly at Lil Thing while Jin Zi and Ning Qing were already in another tent. Why didn't you tell me she was coming? Jin Zi's face was filled with rage. Ning Qing might be blind in one eye, but his other eye was still sharp enough to see the source of Jin Zi's anger. What, you can't bear to see her go to the quarantine zone? He asked. I'm asking you, why didn't you tell me she was coming? Jin Zi asked word by word. Why should I tell you she was coming? Ning Qing smiled coldly. You! Jin Zi fumed. Why are you so worked up? If you can't bear to see her go, then just kidnap her. My eyes aren't good, so I'll pretend I didn't see anything, Ning Qing teased. Han Yunshi had long written him a letter telling him to keep an eye on Jin Zi and not let him bully Mu Linger. Ning Qing didn't take the matter to heart. Ning Qing knew better than anyone what kind of person Jin Zi was. No matter how much Jin Zi liked to eat forced melons, he wouldn't really eat them. Jin Zi didn't speak, but stretched out his hand. Unexpectedly, Ning Qing simply took out Jin Zi's indenture agreement from his sleeve and placed it in his hand. Jin Zi was alarmed and unconsciously clutched the indenture agreement, afraid that Ning Qing would take it away again. There won't be any more battles in Northernly. Yesterday, we received news from the snowy mountains that the commoners in Snow Country have rebelled. Ning Qing wasn't joking. With a serious face, he said, we agreed that if you help me take over Northernly, this indenture agreement will be yours. Jin Zi didn't feel grateful. This indenture agreement was a matter of course for him. He carefully looked at the indenture agreement. It was indeed genuine. He immediately tore the indenture agreement and threw it into the furnace. Looking at the raging fire in the furnace for a long time, he muttered to himself, I'm free. You can kidnap her now. Before I change my mind. Ning Qing laughed and walked out. Ning Qing didn't do this to test Jin Zi. Because Jin Zi didn't need to be tested. Without a doubt, he was doing this to convince Han Yunshi not to worry. Compared to Gu, Ning Qing was biased toward Jin Zi. Moreover, he also had some selfish motives. He couldn't keep Jin Zi to take over the Black Clan. Perhaps Mu Linger could do it. Mu Linger only had about 2 hours. However, Jin Zi didn't go to find her. Ning Qing found that he had handed over all the matters in his hands to the Deputy General. Before Mu Linger left, he disappeared. Mu Linger finished her meal and finally walked out of the tent. Seeing that Jin Zi wasn't outside, she secretly sighed in relief. She directly went to find Gu Beiwe. In this way, after Mu Linger arrived at the camp, she didn't stay for the night. She went straight to the nearest isolated area with Gu Beiwe. At night, Ning Qing sat alone on the grass outside the camp to drink. The attendants felt strange when they didn't see Jin Zi. They knew that Master Ning would usually find Jin Zi to accompany him when he drank. After all, it was lonely to drink alone. However, they didn't make any guesses. They just thought that Jin Zi had something to do outside. Who knew that after 3 days, Jin Zi still didn't appear? Ning Qing's newly promoted Deputy General Chun couldn't sit still anymore. He ran to Ning Qing's tent to ask about this matter. Master Ning, Jin Zi wouldn't have run away, right? Ning Qing asked. So what if he ran away? If Jin Zi runs away, who can control the Black Clan? Deputy General Chun was anxious. The Black Clan was very valiant and reckless. They only feared Jin Zi. The indenture agreement is with me. Are you still afraid that he will run away? Ning Qing asked again. Master, What can a thin indenture contract do to him? He's not someone who's afraid of lawsuits. Deputy General Chen said seriously. The indenture agreement was useful for ordinary people. However, for people like Jinzi, it was really useless. Even if he didn't want the indenture agreement and directly ran away, Ning Qing might not be able to find him. Ning Qing looked up and asked seriously, since it's useless, why didn't he run away after so many years? When these words came out, Deputy General Chen was speechless. That indenture agreement was Jinzi's character, Jinzi's integrity, and the backbone that Jinzi had kept in his heart for so many years. This subordinate has misspoken. Deputy General Chen saluted and consciously retreated. At this moment, Mu Ling-er had just finished checking a few batches of medicinal herbs and returned to her tent. She and Gu Beiwei were very busy when they arrived at the isolated area. Although it was already late at night, she only had about an incense's time to rest. Gu Beiwei would later send someone to send the prescription for her to check. During this rest time, she should have taken a short nap. However, her mind was full of Jinzi. Yesterday was the deadline for the appointment. Jinzi actually didn't come to look for her? This wasn't like him at all. Could it be that he had already given up? Not long after, Gu Beiwei's medical assistant sent over a pile of prescriptions. It was much more than what Mu Ling-er had expected. Miss Ling-er, these are all prescriptions to prevent the plague. Dr. Gu said that Tianqi, Buddha's hand, and pangolin are currently in short supply. It is estimated that there will not be enough for the next month. Before the medical assistant finished speaking, Mu Ling-er understood what Gu Beiwei wanted. All right, I will try my best to find alternative medicine. I will also consider the dosage. Please pass on my message to Dr. Gu and ask him not to worry. That night, Mu Ling-er didn't sleep. She spent the whole night pondering over 1/3 of the prescriptions. It should be known that the prescriptions that Gu Beiwei sent over were not simple. Mu Ling-er worked with Gu Beiwei in this way. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Jinzi didn't come to look for her, nor did he appear in the military camp again. Where did Jinzi go? Chapter 1194. Where did Jinzi go? If Ning Qing hadn't said that Jinzi had gone to Wintercrow country, the army would have been filled with rumors and the Black Clan would have made a ruckus. Because in the next 2 months, Jinzi didn't appear again. And in the 3 months that Jinzi was missing, the medical team under Gu Beiwei's personal leadership completely controlled the epidemic in Northern Li. The epidemic didn't spread to the south, and almost all the cities in the north returned to normal. There were only a dozen or so patients left, and they were all arranged to a desolate place. Gu Beiwei and Mu Ling-er, as well as a few doctors, personally guarded them. The medical team split up to carry out the final cleanup of the epidemic area and distribute the medicine to prevent and cure it. Ning Qing, on the other hand, led the soldiers to deliver grain and rebuild the city. Spring and summer were the time for grass to grow. Northern Li had experienced such a great disaster in spring. Not only had their livestock suffered a great blow, but their population had also plummeted. It would take 2 or 3 years for them to recover. The herdsmen were valiant and straightforward. They would repay kindness with kindness. The herdsmen hailed the Ning family army as the saviors of the grasslands and were very respectful to the soldiers. They also called Ning Qing the savior of the grassland. Just as the epidemic was about to end, news came from Snow Country. The Northern Dynasty's emperors had been forced by the people of Snow Country and had no choice but to commit suicide on the snowy mountains. With the death of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, his loyal subordinates scattered and fled. Ning Qing always knew that there would be no war at the foot of the snowy mountains, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He didn't personally go to Snow Country and sent his deputy to clean up the mess. Just like that, Northern Li, once the strongest army in Cloud Realm, was destroyed. In fact, if they really fought, not to mention the Ning family army, even the East Qin army wouldn't be able to destroy Northern Li in a short period of time. Northernly was destroyed partly because of the civil strife caused by Jun Isia and partly because of the epidemic. Half a month later, Gu Beiyue saved the lives of 7 patients and personally set fire to the bodies of the other 9. Officially, Northern Li's plague had ended. Ning Qing prepared a grand bonfire banquet to reward the soldiers, including the medical team. But who knew that Gu Beiyue actually asked the doctors in the medical team to leave in a low-key manner? He did not plan to stay any longer. The night before the banquet, he sent Mu Linger away and came alone to say goodbye to Ning Qing. When Gu Beiyue entered the tent, he thought that Ning Qing would be drinking. Instead, he saw Ning Qing standing next to a map of Northernly hanging on the wall, deep in thought. Gu Beiyue stood there for a moment before saying, "Great General Ning." "To say goodbye?" Ning Qing asked, his attention still on the map. Gu Beiyue had arranged for the medical team to leave before telling him afterwards that there was nothing he could do. He knew Gu Beiyue's personality very well. Tonight, he had been waiting for Gu Beiyue to say goodbye. Gu Beiyue didn't reply. He walked closer and saw that there were quite a few markings on the map. They were scattered around the northern border of Northernly, the snowy mountains, and a few large cities. Is the Ning clan head planning to station troops in the various regions right now? Gu Beiyue asked in a low voice. Ning Qing glanced at the map and suddenly laughed. What? Won't Long Feiyi agree? Long Feiyi had spent the past few months at Yuning Palace and had almost finished all of Cloud Realm Continent's military deployments. Western Zhou, Tianning, Tianan, the central regions, and the southern regions all had garrisons stationed there. Only Northern Li's situation had just stabilized. Whether it was Western Zhou, Tianning, Tianan, or the central and southern regions, none of them were as centralized as Northern Li's. Every major region had 2 or 3 separate armies under different military branches. Meanwhile, Northern Li only had the Ning clan troops, which meant that the Ning clan had monopolized all of Northern Li. That was a huge taboo. Even if Long Feiyi didn't say anything, his strategists and soldiers would all have opinions. If Ning Qing was smart enough, he would have gone to Yuning Palace this morning and let Long Feiyi make his own arrangements for Northern Li's garrisons. Ning Qing's reply to Gu Beiyue meant that he was well aware of the stakes involved. Ning clan head, it's up to His Highness whether he agrees or not. What you do is your own business, Gu Beiyue said. Unexpectedly, Ning Qing replied, "This one remembers that the princess is in charge of Northern Li's military affairs. This matter should be the princess's business, right? The princess is familiar with Northern Li, right? This one only wants to gift this map to the princess." Gu Beiyue's expression was as gentle and calm as ever. Ning clan head, the princess is familiar with Northern Li, right? But His Highness must have as many maps of Northern Li as you do. Ning Qing gave a start, then quickly understood something. He laughed heartily and didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he invited Gu Beiyue to the side. "Someone come, bring up the food and wine this general has prepared," Ning Qing shouted. Only then did Gu Beiyue realize that Ning Qing had long prepared a farewell feast for him. When the food and wine were brought up, Gu Beiyue glanced at them and found that there were only 2 dishes. There wasn't even any meat, but the wine was excellent. "Gu Beiyue, is there a lot of food in the military? Please make do with it," Ning Qing said jokingly. Gu Beiyue only replied with 2 words, "It's enough." It was already the end of summer. Northern Li wouldn't have a good harvest for the entire autumn, and the ensuing winter would be grim. When the time came, they would need a lot of food from the central and southern regions. Now, they had 2 dishes to go with the wine. It was really good. Last time, Ning Qing saw that Gu Beiyue was in a hurry and didn't have time to sit down and have a good chat. This time, he finally had a chance to say a few heartfelt words to her. They tacitly didn't mention anything about the military. They talked about the D clan and the Nether clan, their childhood, and each other's families. Lil Thing occasionally poked its little head out of Gu Beiyue's wide sleeve and looked curiously at the wine on the table. It wanted to drink but didn't dare to ask for it. It was in a dilemma for most of the day. It was obviously sneaking around. It didn't know why, but the young master was able to read its thoughts while chatting with Ning Qing. When the princess poured a cup of wine and placed it on the table, Lil Thing didn't hesitate to rush over and lick the cup impatiently. It was just one sip, but it was extremely excited. It didn't expect the wine to be so delicious, so it licked it with all its might. Soon, it licked it clean, leaving not a drop behind. At this time, it turned to look at the young master. It was a little unsteady on its feet. It felt its head sway, and the young master in front of it had become two identical people. Squeak! Lil Thing wanted to express something, but unfortunately, it only squeaked once before its body fell to the side. It got drunk just like that. Ning Qing was shocked. Gu Beiyue was also rather surprised. According to Lil Thing's appetite and its immunity to poison, it shouldn't be so weak to wine. Ning Cheng's wine was excellent, but it wasn't wine that was easy to get drunk on. Even someone who didn't know how to drink wine wouldn't collapse after 5 or 6 cups, right? How's Gu Beiyue's tolerance as a master? If you get drunk, I can keep you for a few more days. Ning Qing joked. Lil Thing is the princess's. Gu Beiyue hurriedly explained. Ning Qing didn't care about this question. He was curious about Gu Beiyue's tolerance. He picked up a large jar of wine and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "Do you want to accompany me? Too much wine is bad for the body." Gu Beiyue said lightly. "When the heart is happy, nothing can hurt the body," Ning Qing retorted. Gu Beiyue pondered for a moment and smiled. That makes sense. In the end, he still very humbly rejected Ning Cheng's large jar of wine and didn't accompany him to the end. This one's tolerance is average. With Master Ning's tolerance, if you want to be happy, I'm afraid you can only invite His Highness to accompany you. A complicated look flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes. He picked up the jar of wine and drank it in big gulps. He drank it all in one breath and casually threw the jar to the side. He smiled and said, "I will. In a few days, I will go to Yuning to invite him for a drink after I've explained everything in the army. Drink to your heart's content." Gu Beiyue was puzzled. With the relationship between Ning Cheng and Long Feiyi, Ning Cheng wouldn't really invite Long Feiyi to drink, and Long Feiyi wouldn't be interested. But judging from Ning Cheng's tone, it didn't seem to be a joke. That night, Ning Cheng and Gu Beiyue chatted until late at night, while Mu Ling sat alone on the grass outside the camp until late at night. In the grassland in June, no matter where you were, as long as you raised your head, you could see the sky full of stars. Mu Ling was lying on the grass at this time, looking up at the starry sky. The starry sky was so bright, but behind it was a bottomless dark sky. But if it wasn't for the darkness behind, how could she see the bright stars? Mu Ling stared blankly and muttered to herself, "Is it because it's so dark that I can see the stars?" Mu Ling knew that the medical team had left, and that Gu Beiyue was leaving tomorrow. What about her? It had been 3 months. She had been overdue for 3 months, but Jinzi hadn't appeared. Didn't he know that there was a phrase called, "no waiting for overdue"? If he didn't come, did it mean that their agreement was over? She couldn't be responsible for her promise anymore. Mu Ling suddenly sat up and said seriously, "Yes, no waiting for overdue." She thought it through and strode towards Ning Cheng's tent. She didn't know that Jinzi had been nearby, watching her. For the past 3 months, Jinzi hadn't gone anywhere and had been following her all this time. As soon as Mu Ling arrived at Ning Cheng's tent, Gu Beiyue and Ning Cheng walked out before a soldier could announce her arrival. "Miss Ling it's so late. Is something the matter?" Ning Cheng asked. "You two chat. I'll be going back first." Gu Beiyue left first. With Gu Beiyue's martial arts, he had long sensed that Jinzi had been following them. He hadn't said anything even now because he wanted to stick his nose into this matter. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling suddenly asked, "Dr. Beiyue, are you going back to Medical City to get married?" In the past few months, Mu Ling had interacted with all the doctors in the medical team, so she heard quite a bit of gossip about Gu Beiyue's marriage. Many people said that after Gu Beiyue returned from Northern Li, he would go to the Qin family to propose marriage and prepare for the wedding. Gu Beiyue was slightly taken aback. He turned back and gave Mu Ling a deep look. He originally wanted to brush it off with a smile, but when he saw Mu Ling's melancholic face for the past 3 months, he couldn't help but say, "Girl, go about your own business." She didn't even care about her own business, yet she was always concerned about his marriage. This girl deserved to be melancholic. Chapter 1195. Mu Linger never thought that Gu Beiyue would call her girl. She couldn't get used to it for a while. She only felt that the way Gu Beiyue spoke and smiled just now was not the same as usual. Inexplicably, Mu Linger suddenly felt that Gu Beiyue had become much more amiable. One had to know that although he was humble and cultured, he always gave people a sense of distance. If her brother-in-law had an aura that kept people 1,000 miles away and didn't dare to approach him for the first time, then Gu Beiyue had a very good impression of him for the first time. After getting along with him for a long time, she gradually felt his alienation. They had known each other for a long time and were very familiar with each other, but when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she didn't understand him at all. Mu Linger couldn't help but be curious. Was Gu Beiyue really close to Miss Qin? After thinking about it carefully, she quickly felt that her idea was laughable. He was going to marry her, so of course he liked her. Since he liked her, he would naturally be close to her. If it weren't for Mu Linger's big mouth, Ning Qing wouldn't have known about Gu Beiyue's marriage. He asked Gu Beiyue in surprise, "You're getting married?" "Yes, soon. When the time comes, I will definitely honor you with my presence at Medical City to drink a cup of wine." After Gu Beiyue finished speaking, he smiled and turned to leave. He clearly didn't want to say anything more. He and Mu Linger both stared blankly at Gu Beiyue. They both had the same thought. Gu Beiyue, this guy was really hard to understand. "Miss Linger, did you need something from me?" Ning Qing asked. Mu Linger looked around, so Ning Qing led her into the tent to talk. However, when they entered the tent, Mu Linger was still hesitating, as if she had some misgivings. "Why don't you come back after you've made up your mind?" Ning Qing asked. No, I just want to ask you, just ask." Mu Linger was in a dilemma. She hesitated for a long time before she said, "Where's Jin Zi?" Ning Qing was not surprised. What surprised him was not Mu Linger asking about the gold, but Mu Linger's attitude towards this matter. This little girl had always been carefree and said whatever she wanted to say. She had chased Gu all over the world without hiding anything from anyone, and she had never felt embarrassed. Everyone asked her if she liked Gu, and she admitted it openly. She asked about Jin Zi's whereabouts after being rescued, yet she was able to stammer for so long. Was she embarrassed or guilty? Ning Qing sized up Mu Linger and asked, "Why are you looking for gold?" Mu Linger's heart was already in a mess, so she did not feel embarrassed or guilty. However, when Ning Qing looked at her like this and asked her this question, she actually felt a little embarrassed. "I'm looking for him for something," she answered. "What is it? Is it very important?" Ning Qing asked again. Mu Linger hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's nothing important. Sorry to disturb you so late at night. I'm leaving." Ning Qing's eyes flashed, and he said loudly, "I've already given the indenture agreement to Jin Zi. He left after receiving the indenture agreement and hasn't appeared since. He probably returned to Winter Crow Country and will never appear again." Mu Linger stopped abruptly. "He's free? That indenture agreement was burned right here in my tent 3 months ago." Ning Qing's voice was as loud as ever, as if he was doing it on purpose. "He went back by himself." Mu Linger muttered to herself. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she turned back to look at Ning Qing, laughing loudly. "That's great! Then I'm free too." She was free too? Just as Ning Cheng was pondering the meaning of these words, Mu Linger had already skipped out. When she reached the door, she turned back and shouted to Ning Cheng, "Great General Ning, I'm leaving in a bit. I'm going back to find my sister." Leaving in a bit? Leaving in the middle of the night? Was she in such a hurry? Ning Cheng's mouth twitched. As he expected, Jin Zi appeared at his door as soon as Mu Linger's figure disappeared. Jin Zi pushed Ning Cheng into the tent and said angrily, "Ning Cheng, who told you I went to Winter Crow Country? Who told you I'm never coming back?" Ning Cheng had deliberately said those words to provoke Jin Zi into revealing himself through Mu Linger. At first, he also thought Jin Zi had returned to Winter Crow Country. However, Jin Zi hadn't sent him a single letter during this period, so he knew Jin Zi hadn't left. "It's a misunderstanding. Can you go and explain? She's leaving in a bit," Ning Cheng said. "My business with her has nothing to do with you." Jin Zi was full of anger. Ning Cheng probably couldn't be so relaxed in front of Gu Beiwei. Only in front of Jin Zi could he say everything he wanted to. He restrained his smile and said seriously, "Jin Zi, I have something important to discuss with you. The matter in Northernly is basically settled. Are you coming with me to Yuning County? I'll leave in a few days." Ning Cheng was afraid Jin Zi would refuse and wanted to ask him to consider for a few days before making a decision. Unexpectedly, Jin Zi nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I'll leave tonight. Do whatever you want." Jin Zi looked like he was in a hurry to leave, just like Mu Linger just now. Ning Cheng pressed his shoulder. "Just now, Mu Linger said she's also free. What does that mean?" When Han Yunxi left Northernly last year, she had asked him to investigate what had happened between Jin Zi and Mu Linger. He hadn't been able to get anything out of her. However, Mu Linger had clearly let it slip just now. Jin Zi had returned to Winter Crow Country and was never coming back. She was free? Could it be that Jin Zi had forced Mu Linger to do something? "I don't know. Let go," Jin Zi said coldly. "If I tell Han Yunxi what you said just now, do you think you can still go to Yuning?" Ning Cheng's voice also turned cold. Jin Zi was silent for a while before saying lightly, "Ning Cheng, I've always treated you as a friend. Don't interfere in the matters between me and Mu Linger, okay?" Ning Cheng was a little angry. "Lungxing, if I didn't treat you as a friend, would I have given you the indenture agreement? Do you know that Han Yunxi told me again and again to keep an eye on you? Of all the people you could have provoked, you just had to provoke her sister." It was only in private that Ning Cheng would call Han Yunxi directly. Only then did Jin Zi turn back to look at Ning Cheng. He caught a glimpse of wine at the side and strode over, picking it up and downing it. Jin Zi's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good to begin with. These days, he had been following Ning Cheng and was dragged by Ning Cheng to drink every day. His alcohol tolerance had improved, but he still didn't get drunk after downing a large jar. After finishing the wine, Jin Zi sat down at the side. Ning Cheng crossed his arms and leaned against the map on the wall, looking at him. Jin Zi was a taciturn person. At this moment, the figure sitting there alone gave off a silent and lonely feeling. He told him about the agreement between him and Mu Linger. Ning Cheng thought for a while and said seriously, "Do you know that I won't wait for you after the deadline? I only promised her that if Gu takes a liking to her within a year, I'll let her go. A year's time is up. It's my business when I want to bring her back to Winter Crow," Jin Zi said confidently. Ning Cheng asked curiously, "Gu didn't come along, other than Han Yunxi and a few others, no one knew about Gu's situation." Ning Cheng and Jin Zi had no way of finding out. However, Gu didn't come along with Mu Linger this time. Moreover, Han Yunxi had told them that Gu definitely wasn't with Mu Linger. According to the previous agreement, Jin Zi could naturally bring her away. Moreover, Mu Linger even took the initiative to come to the military camp and asked about his whereabouts. She must be here to break the contract. Otherwise, based on her character, she would have hidden far away and wouldn't come here. Jin Zi's lips curled into a self-mocking smile as he said lightly, Ning Qing, we're both businessmen and we value contracts the most. But he's actually afraid that I'll allow her to break the contract. For the past 3 months, he had been avoiding her because he was afraid that she would come to negotiate with him. He was afraid that his heart would soften under her pitiful gaze once again. How could he give up on the prey that was already in his mouth? Ning Qing smiled helplessly and patted Jin Zi's shoulder, saying, It's done. I'll pretend that I don't know about this. If you're going to Yuning County, hurry and prepare. Jin Zi was about to leave when Mu Linger unexpectedly returned. She didn't enter the tent but said outside, Great General Ning, can I ask you for a favor? Ning Qing glanced at Jin Zi and answered, What is it? I have a gold card here. If you see Jin Zi in the future, please pass it to him on my behalf. Just say that I'm returning it to him. Outside the door, Mu Linger was already leading the carriage and carrying her luggage. All right, you can leave it to the guards, Ningde said loudly. Thank you for your trouble. I'll be leaving then. Mu Linger's tone was cheerful. Jin Zi lowered his head and looked to the side, his expression cold and dissatisfied. After Mu Linger left, Jin Zi and Ning Qing walked out. Jin Zi took the gold card and played with it, saying to Ning Qing, See you in Yuning. Also, as we agreed before, you have to compensate me for my private bank. Otherwise, even if I stay in Northernly, I won't get involved with the Black Clan's matters. Jin Zi wasn't polite at all. Ning Qing was also straightforward. No problem. Leave your tiger token. These few months, the Black Clan's army and the Tiger army have been in a mess. Jin Zi didn't think much and took out the tiger token and threw it to Ning Qing. He left in a hurry, secretly chasing after Mu Linger. Only after Jin Zi left did Ning Qing's lips curl into a sly smile. Brother, I can only keep you if I have both the woman and the money. If you want money, go ask Long Fei Yi. Ning Qing returned to the tent and took out a brush and ink. He walked to the map and quickly began to draw circles and dots on it. The markings that Gu Beiyue saw just now were all the previous ones. He hadn't written down the places he wanted to mark. He spent the whole night to set up a trap where the Black Clan and the Tiger army dominated Northernly. He didn't want to give this map to the princess, but to set up a trap for the princess. No matter what, Northernly must be the princess's power. The next day, in the name of Jin Zi, he mobilized the Black Clan's army and the Tiger army and stationed them at the 3 Roads Pass and several major checkpoints in Northernly. A few days later, Ning Qing handed over all his affairs to the deputy general and left the camp alone, rushing to Yuning County. 3 days later, the deputy general received a handwritten letter from Ning Qing. There was only one sentence in the letter: Everything is fine, don't disturb me, don't look for me. The deputy general was shocked and began to look for Ning Qing. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in touch or find him. Ning Qing was missing on the way to Yuning. The deputy general found Jin Zi and asked him to look for him. He also told Ning Jing and Ning Nua to look for him. Unfortunately, no one could find Ning Qing. All the military forces were ready to wait for Ning Qing to come to Yuning and compete with him for the power of Northernly. However, Ning Qing abandoned Northernly and left. As for Long Fei Yi, who had prepared strong liquor, he was undoubtedly stood up. Chapter 1196. Ning Qing's disappearance had caused a huge uproar in Cloud Realm continent. Leaving aside the others, even Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were surprised. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were still discussing Ning Qing's deployment of troops in Northernly when they received the news. Ning Qing had actually taken matters into his own hands and stationed the Black Clan and Tiger troops in various strongholds in Northernly, including the most crucial 3-way pass. Ning Qing made all these arrangements before running off on his own? What did he mean by that? The land of Northernly was not something that could be conquered by an ordinary army. The Black Clan and Tiger troops were local bullies, while the Ning clan troops had been hailed as the saviors of the grasslands and heroes in the hearts of the nomads. Under these circumstances, Long Feiyi had no choice but to hand Northern Li over to the Ning clan troop. Long Feiyi had long given Northern Li to the Ning clan troops, or else he wouldn't have let Han Yunshi take charge of Northern Li's military affairs in the first place. Personal grudges were personal grudges, while military affairs were military affairs. Long Feiyi hadn't mixed them up then, much less now. The Ning clan troops had to stay in Northern Li and rely on the nomads' trust to replace the Black clan troops in the future. As for whether Ning Qing would stay or leave, that was Ning Qing's own business. If Ning Qing could win the drinking contest, the title of King of Northern Li would belong to him. If he lost, Ning Qing would have to promote someone to take charge of the D clan and the Ning clan troop. Long Feiyi's spearhead was Ning Qing himself, not the D clan, nor the Ning clan troops who had risked their lives to save lives. If Ning Qing left, then so be it. Even if he didn't promote anyone to take charge of the Ning clan troops, he should have at least stationed them in various strongholds. But Ning Qing had done the exact opposite. Not only had he stood him up, but he'd also ruthlessly tricked him. Given Northern Li's current situation, Jin Zi, whose origins were still unknown, had become the key to Northern Li. Han Yunshi pinched her brows. She really couldn't figure out what Ning Qing wanted to do. She said seriously to Long Feiyi, "Goldie has always wanted to leave. He has no interest in the Black Clan army. Once he leaves, he will definitely take the Tiger army with him. As for the Black Clan army, that's a bunch of ambitious wolves," Long Feiyi said. How good could the army raised by Jun Yixie be? If it wasn't for Jin Zi's fake identity as the orphan of the Black Clan, he wouldn't have cared about that army at all. Long Feiyi wouldn't be so stupid as to leave the Black Race army behind. The Black Race army would definitely be disbanded. However, now wasn't the wrong time. It was almost autumn, and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the northern part of Northern Li would start to get cold. Food, tents, blankets, charcoal, and other supplies would have to be supplied from the south. Reinforcements were ultimately limited. To put it bluntly, this winter, Northern Li's herdsmen, especially the herdsmen in the north, would have to tighten their belts. At this time, as long as there was even the slightest bit of conflict, it could easily become a fuse and cause a riot. In other words, this was the perfect time for people with bad intentions to fan the flames. Not only could Long Feiyi not touch the Black Race army, but he also had to use Jin Zi to firmly suppress them. Once Ning Qing left, Jin Zi definitely couldn't leave. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. She didn't quite believe that Ning Qing would deliberately create this kind of problem for her and Long Feiyi. It was fine if Ning Qing deliberately made things difficult for Long Feiyi, but why would he purposely make things difficult for her? Right now, the various military factions and even many strategists were talking about Northern Li. They all considered Northern Li to be her power. The powers of Western Qin were all coveting it. For the past 2 years, Northern Li had been a mess. However, once the grasslands of Northern Li had recovered, the war horses of Northern Li would be feared and admired by the various military factions. Disaster relief relied on the imperial court's resources and the national treasury's money. When the time came, whoever truly controlled Northern Li's grasslands and horse ranches would reap the benefits of their own military factions. Actually, Han Yunshi had been hoping for Ning Qing's arrival this entire time. She wanted Ning Qing to accept his rewards and argue with the various military factions. In times of war, everyone would sincerely unite as one. But in times of peace, there would be struggles for benefit. The art of monarch was all about balance. As the future ruler of the empire, Long Feiyi couldn't show favoritism on the surface even if he was biased in his heart. Meanwhile, Ning Qing and the D clan would be his best excuse to refuse the various military factions entering Northern Li in the future. Although it was a difficult problem, Long Feiyi wasn't truly stumped. He immediately ordered, "Chu Shifeng, has Su Donglin returned?" Su Donglin had been borrowed by Gu Beiwei to stay in Medical City. By now, Gu Beiwei should have returned to Medical City. He'll be back in the next 2 days, Chu Shifeng replied. When he comes back, you should personally pay a visit to Winter Crow country. There was no need to investigate the slave line. Instead, they would investigate from the line of beast language. Jin Zi must have some background, Long Feiyi said. In the past, they'd investigated Jin Zi based on the fact that he'd been sold as a slave to three-way black market. They'd investigated both the slave trade at Winter Crow country and the people who'd sold him there. This lead didn't yield any useful information, so it stopped. Later on, because of Bai Yanqing's affairs, Long Feiyi was too busy to pay attention to the matter. Now that he thought about it, if Jin Zi wasn't from the Black Clan, then there had to be something else. To truly control Jin Zi, they had to figure out his background first. Yes, this subordinate will make preparations right away. Chu Shifeng obeyed and left. I wonder how that girl Ling is doing, Han Yunxi muttered to herself. She'd asked Ning Qing to investigate Ling and Jin Zi, but Ning Qing still hadn't given her any feedback. If he wanted to leave, he should have at least reported back first. As they spoke, a guard called in from outside. Your Highness, Princess, Miss Ling requests an audience. If this was Han Yunxi's room, Mu Ling would have rushed in long ago. Unfortunately, this was Long Feiyi's study. Han Yunxi was probably the only one who dared to barge in. Little Ruier still hadn't left yet. As Han Yunxi expected, Mu Ling lost weight again as soon as she entered. Han Yunxi was worried about losing weight after giving birth, so seeing Mu Ling like this made her feel complicated. When Mu Ling saw Long Feiyi, she politely called him, Your Highness, but affectionately called Han Yunxi Big Sis. She still didn't have the guts to call Long Feiyi brother-in-law. Han Yunxi wanted to ask Mu Ling about Jin Zi's recent situation, but Mu Ling spoke up first. Big Sis, Ning Qing returned Jin Zi's indenture agreement. He went back to the Winter Crow clan. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi exchanged glances before Han Yunxi asked hastily, When did this happen? 3 months ago, Mu Ling answered. Long Feiyi's expression turned cold. What a Ning Qing! He didn't even mention such a big thing. This matter also reminded Long Feiyi that he had no one in Northernly. He had many people he could use, but not many were suitable to be sent to Northernly. Now it seemed that he still had to send a few strategists to the army in the future. Did Jin Zi return? Who was in charge of the Black Clan army these few months? Han Yunxi asked hastily. Mu Ling didn't know anything about the army. She only knew that everything in the army had been stable for the past 3 months. Jin Zi was gone, and so was Ning Qing. Who was going to clean up the mess in Northernly at this critical juncture? If Ning Qing had wanted to leave long ago, why would he have accepted Northernly's request in the first place? Just when Long Feiyi thought he'd misjudged the man, Chu Shifeng suddenly doubled back with unexpected news. Your Highness, Jin Zi is outside the palace asking for an audience. Chu Shifeng was about to leave when he ran into Jin Zi. He was very curious. Did Jin Zi come with Mu Ling Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi both looked towards Mu Ling at these words. Mu Ling was at a loss as well. Ning Qing. Ning Qing said he left for 3 months. I only saw him once 3 months ago, but I've never seen him again. What did he come for? Long Feiyi asked. He said he wanted to see the princess to collect a debt, Chu Shifeng reported hastily. Collect a debt? What did Han Yunxi owe Ning Qing? Everyone was even more puzzled. Long Feiyi immediately had Chu Shifeng summon the man inside. Mu Ling averted her gaze. She wanted to avoid him, but when she thought about it, she realized that their agreement had been overdue for so long. Jin Zi wouldn't make things difficult for her here. Despite this, Mu Ling still wanted to leave. She'd always been carefree and fearless, but she didn't know when she'd started to fear seeing him. Big Sis, I'll leave first. Mu Ling murmured. What, you don't want to marry him? Han Yunxi asked back. Mu Ling finally remembered that her big sister had always suspected her and Jin Zi. She averted her gaze. I don't want to anymore. I don't want to get married so early. If there's nothing, why did you find someone to keep an eye on me? You really don't want to marry? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Really? Back then I was just hot-headed. Now I don't like Jin Zi either, Mu Ling explained. Then sit down. If Jin Zi comes to ask for someone from me, you should tell him clearly. Otherwise, he'll really think I owe him a debt in the future. Han Yunxi's stern expression made Mu Ling afraid to move. She could only sit back down. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng brought Jin Zi in. Jin Zi was as skinny as ever, dressed in black robes. His hair was short like a foreigner's, and his bangs hid the corners of his eyes. He stood ramrod straight, his eyes cold. He knew Mu Ling was in the palace, but never expected Mu Ling to be here as well. He was clearly surprised, but quickly hid it. He bowed to Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Your Highness, Princess. Where's Ning Qing? Long Feiyi asked. I want to know where he is too. Unfortunately, I can't find him, Jin Zi intoned. I'm here to collect a debt from the princess. Jin Zi looked towards Han Yunxi, where Mu Ling was sitting next to Han Yunxi with her head bowed. What do I owe you? Han Yunxi asked cold. Mu Ling had been calm before, but as soon as she heard Jin Zi's words, she grew nervous and unconsciously rubbed at her handkerchief. But Jin Zi only said, Ning Qing is the one who owes me the debt. Ning Qing ran off, so I can only find you to collect it. He didn't come because of us? Mu Ling subconsciously looked up at Jin Zi, only to discover that his eyes were cold and calm. He didn't stare at her like she was his prey like in the past. Chapter 1197. Jin Zi didn't stare at Mu Ling like before. At this moment, he treated Mu Ling as heir and didn't even look at her. Han Yunxi saw all of this with her own eyes. Han Yunxi was even more surprised. Coldly, she asked, What does Ning Qing owe you? When Ning Qing left northernly, he promised me that if I came to Yuning Palace with him, he would return my bank to me. I came, but he ran away. Princess, if I don't ask you for the debt, who should I ask for it from? Jin Zi said very calmly. Mu Ling only thought that Jin Zi came to ask for money, but Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi both became serious. Gold's line, this sentence could be said to have a profound meaning. According to Han Yunxi's understanding, Ning Qing had repeatedly persuaded Jin Zi to stay and pretend to be the Black Clan's orphan until the end. However, Jin Zi didn't agree. Ning Qing left the army and came to Yuning to report the completion of the mission and to receive the reward. After Long Feiyi became the emperor, the Ning army must be rewarded according to their merits. Jin Zi agreed to come with him. In other words, Jin Zi accepted Ning Qing's persuasion and wanted to receive the title and reward together with Ning Qing. In other words, Jin Zi decided to stay in the northernly army since he could come to Yuning. When Ning Qing left, not only did Jin Zi not follow, but he also came to them. His attitude couldn't be more obvious. At this time, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi finally figured out Ning Qing's layout in northernly. If Jin Zi was sincere in surrendering, then their previous worries were at least unnecessary for the time being. Moreover, the Black Clan army and the Tiger army were in charge of northernly, while the Ning Clan army retreated to the second line. In this way, the people of the various military factions could not say anything, let alone have the opportunity to point the spearhead at Han Yunxi. Ning Qing's departure was clearly a retreat in order to advance. He really gave Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi a big gift. Jin Zi took out the tiger tag and presented it with both hands. Princess, this is my sincerity. The money of the bank can't be less. Han Yunxi smiled helplessly, while Long Feiyi said unhappily, Have you really never seen Ning Qing? Jin Zi spoke the truth. This token was originally with him. A few days ago when I was in the inn, a boy brought it over. Since Ning Qing has already left, why bother looking for him? In the past, Jin Zi didn't know much about the D clan and Western Qin's royal family, but after fighting with Ning Qing in Northernly for half a year, he understood everything very well. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. Although Ning Qing cleaned up the battlefield in Northernly very cleanly and didn't leave any trouble for them, this was a public fact. Ning Qing and his personal grudges hadn't been settled yet. In these past few months, while Long Feiyi was busy, he had sent people to find a lot of strong liquor. Was Ning Qing admitting defeat? Long Feiyi wasn't someone who would accept defeat. Coldly, he said, "In the future, when you see Ning Qing, please tell him that this crown prince invited him to drink." "Okay. I'll remember it." Every time Jin Zi drank with Ning Qing, he would get drunk first. He really wanted to know, if Long Feiyi and Ning Qing drank, who would get drunk first. Han Yunxi, who didn't know the truth, was rather surprised. Long Feiyi actually took the initiative to invite Ning Qing for a drink? Was there any conspiracy behind this? Was Long Feiyi trying to lure Ning Qing out? Ning Qing probably wouldn't show himself, right? Regarding the matter of the bank, go to Three-Way Black Market's East Origin Hall. Someone will arrange it, Long Feiyi said. Since Jin Zi had come looking for Han Yunxi to ask for a debt, he naturally had to help Han Yunxi repay it. Jin Zi, I will pay attention to your background. I heard Ning Qing say that you miss Winter Crow's grasslands. Han Yunxi said with a smile, in the future, if you have the heart, His Highness and I will definitely support you. Someone will have to manage Winter Crow's slave trade sooner or later. Han Yunxi's words were reserved, but Jin Zi could understand. She said this to make Jin Zi give up on the slave trade. She also gave Jin Zi hope, hinting to Jin Zi that she had thoughts of taking over Winter Crow country. Even if Jin Zi changed his mind one day, there was no way out. "Alright, this one will remember it," Jin Zi said coldly. He was about to leave, but Han Yunxi stopped him. "That's right, there's something else I need to ask, so you won't come back to ask for a debt in the future." "What is it?" Jin Zi asked. "This little sister of mine, you're not going to marry her, right?" Han Yunxi asked in a serious tone. Mu Ling didn't expect Han Yunxi to be so direct. She almost buried her head on the table. This time, Jin Zi was also surprised. He had thought that the agreement could be delayed for a while. He had thought that if he didn't give Mu Ling a chance to lay her cards on the table, their relationship would never be considered over. But he finally looked at Mu Ling and asked coldly, "Is she still going to marry?" Han Yunxi waited for Mu Ling to reply. Mu Ling lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time. "Are you still going to marry?" Han Yunxi couldn't help but ask. "No. I'm not going to marry," Mu Ling said in a low voice. She, who always kept her promises, said the word "no" when she broke her promise. In that instant, Jin Zi's gaze immediately moved away, no longer looking at her. This was the result of their one-year agreement. She had broken her promise. Jin Zi shrugged. "Then I'm not going to marry her. Goodbye." After saying that, he didn't stay and turned to leave. Mu Ling didn't expect things to be so simple. When she was in Northernly, she was on tenterhooks every day, waiting for Jin Zi to come looking for her. She was already prepared to lay her cards on the table and go back on her word. She knew that Jin Zi would reject her, get angry, and even hit her. She had thought of all kinds of excuses to deal with him, and even wanted to use her sister and brother-in-law to threaten him. But who knew that after not seeing her for 3 months, he would let her go so easily today? He just said, "Then I'm not going to marry her, and everything would be fine?" Mu Ling looked up in disbelief. She couldn't see Jin Zi's cold face, only his thin and lonely back. He walked out of the door, and his back gradually disappeared. Was it over just like that? This guy, who had always longed to return to his hometown and roam the grasslands freely, chose to stay in the Northernly army and shoulder the burden of rebuilding Northernly after the disaster. This guy who forced himself on her, bullied her, and was so stubborn that she couldn't persuade him to change his mind or beg him, had said, "Then I'm not going to marry her." Mu Ling should have felt relieved that Jin Zi didn't pursue the matter, but she had an indescribable feeling instead. She faintly sensed that something was wrong with Jin Zi, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Jin Zi, why didn't you leave?" When Jin Zi burned his indenture agreement in the beginning, he didn't choose to find Mu Ling or leave. That probably meant that he couldn't leave her for the rest of his life. That was why the hesitant Ning Qing finally decided to send the Black Clan and Tiger troops to the various strongholds to set up a trap for Jin Zi and Han Yunxi. After Jin Zi left, Long Feiyi murmured to Chu Shifeng, "Spread the news. Just say that I intend to make Jin Zi the great general of the north and take control of Northern Li's military." Long Feiyi knew what to do, but spreading the news ahead of time was precisely to shut up the mouths of his subordinates. After all, as soon as the plague in Northern Li ended, many rumors pointed the finger of blame at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi sat on one side and secretly smiled at the words. It was natural for a married woman to be favored by her husband and protected by her maternal family. But in this world, from the imperial clan to the common folk, there would always be people who couldn't stand to see such things happen. There was no lack of gossip and conspiracies that were impossible to guard against. It was as if a married woman was meant to be bullied, sacrificed, and compromised. There was a good saying: the husband was stronger than the maternal family, and the maternal family was stronger than one's own strength. Only by being strong could one convince others wholeheartedly. Han Yunxi was strong in all aspects, but she lacked a military force that she could truly control. Since the Ning clan troops could retreat to the front lines, she could cultivate Jin Zi's Northern Li military into a force that truly belonged to her. She wasn't sure how reliable Jin Zi was, but at least he'd be reliable for the next few years. In the next few years, she had to borrow this fellow, Jin Zi, to cultivate a truly loyal force. Northern Li was close to the mysterious continent, so Han Yunxi figured that perhaps she could personally travel to the snowy mountains to check on the ice sea after she was done with her business. Long Feiyi had made Han Chun promise to protect Northern Li's northern borders for 20 years. She felt that opening up Northern Li to the mysterious continent was a good choice. The mysterious continent's agricultural and medical industries weren't as developed as Cloud Realm continent. Perhaps Northern Li could even be called a commercial stronghold. Of course, that was all for later. Han Yunxi played with Jin Zi's tiger medallion and grinned. "Long Feiyi, this plaything's mine." Long Feiyi glanced at her, too lazy to speak. When had he ever refused to give her anything she wanted? Long Feiyi tossed over a command medallion, which Han Yunxi accepted. Upon closer inspection, she found it unfamiliar. The medallion was made of bronze and looked very simple. It should be a military command medallion, with the word "Command" on the back and the map of Cloud Realm continent on the front. This is... Han Yunxi didn't understand. "I ordered it a while ago and sent it over this morning." Long Feiyi rose to retrieve a brocade box as he spoke. Inside were several command medallions that looked similar to the one in Han Yunxi's hands, but with a different map on the front. Han Yunxi's medallion was a map of Cloud Realm continent, while the other medallions represented the east, west, north, south, and central regions of the continent. Without a doubt, this was a brand new set of command medallions. Han Yunxi's medallion was a command medallion that allowed her to control all of Cloud Realm continent's military affairs. Cloud Realm continent was so big that it naturally had to be divided into several large military regions. The head of the military regions was basically handed over to the heads of the various military branches. However, the selection of the ministers in charge of the various military regions had to be done carefully. Han Yunxi looked at Long Feiyi seriously. "You have someone in mind? Who?" Long Feiyi's lips quirked up into a faint smile as he took the medallion from Han Yunxi's hands. He fiddled with it with interest but didn't say a word. "Tell me." Han Yunxi grew anxious. Long Fei Yi must have someone in mind if he'd already made the medallion. She couldn't guess, because she didn't know anyone suitable for the position. Rather than letting someone unsuitable take on the heavy responsibility, it was better for Long Fei Yi to take charge of the various military factions himself. You can tell me in secret, but I won't tell anyone. At most, I'll tell Gu Beiwei. Han Yunshi grew anxious. Chapter 1198. Seeing Han Yunshi's curiosity, Long Fei Yi's smile deepened. Long Fei Yi placed all the military tokens into the brocade box, then handed it to Han Yunshi. You! Me? Han Yunshi hadn't recovered from the shock yet and only caught the box reflexively. I was planning to wait 2 or 3 years until Northernly had stabilized before handing over military affairs to you. Now it looks like I can give it to you. Long Fei Yi smiled. Only then did Han Yunshi realize that Long Fei had been planning to give her the command medallion. Me? It had to be said that Han Yunshi was both surprised and nervous. Military affairs were the greatest guarantee of a country's stability. What are you afraid of? Long Fei Yi arched a brow. Aren't you afraid that Bailey Yuanlong will come to bother you every day? Han Yunshi countered. They'd just found a suitable way to deal with Northernly, but Long Fei Yi was simply stirring up trouble. If news of this got out, wouldn't all of Cloud Realm continent explode? Bailey Yuanlong had been in charge of distributing disaster relief supplies and had handled matters fairly. Long Fei Yi hadn't been able to do anything to him, so Bailey Yuanlong had returned a few days ago. Long Fei Yi said seriously, I want to tell the world that I'm not partial to East Qin or Western Qin. I'm only partial to you, the mistress of Cloud Realm continent. Northernly still involved the interests of the D clan's Ning family. Now that the Ning family had retreated, Han Yunshi wouldn't hand Northernly's military power to the Ning family in the future. He was doing this to tell the world that Han Yunshi wasn't just the princess of Western Qin, but also his woman, Long Fei Yi's woman, the future mistress of Cloud Realm continent. The greatest power behind Han Yunshi wasn't the D clan, but him. Han Yunshi's power was shared with him. He wanted to see who dared to question his authority. There was no need for Long Fei Yi to explain further. The words mistress told Han Yunshi everything. Han Yunshi was really surprised and pleasantly surprised. In truth, she had always wanted to rule the country together with Long Fei Yi. She had many modern ideas that might not be suitable for Cloud Realm's situation, but they could still be used as reference and revised. However, she would not rashly ask for an official position, because she knew that this was still a society where men were above men. Women were not suitable to be involved in politics. She could talk freely with Long Fei Yi about how to govern the country and how to manage the army in private, but she could not sit with him in the imperial study room, facing civil and military officials, discussing together. Who would have thought that Long Fei Yi would be so magnanimous and confident that he would allow her to step out and participate in politics? Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei Yi, not knowing what to say. Why? Do you agree? Long Fei Yi frowned at her. No. Han Yunshi denied inside. She held the brocade box with both hands and said seriously, I've agreed. You have no room for regret. Also, you are not allowed to give out these command medallions. When the day comes for the reward, I'll personally deliver them to Bailey Yuanlong and the others. Han Yunshi said as she picked out the command medallion and put it in her sleeve. I'll accept this one. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunshi's rare adorableness and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but wonder if he had a daughter, would she be even cuter than Han Yunshi now? Remembering that Ruer was only 6 months old, Long Fei Yi couldn't bear to see him like this. There was still a long way to go, he could wait. Han Yunshi was in a good mood and got up lazily. Mu Ling who hadn't dared to speak all this time, quickly got up as well. Heavens, seeing Long Fei Yi spoil her sister was simply too scary. Although Long Fei Yi looked especially good when he smiled, it was still very scary in her eyes. She had long wanted to leave, but didn't dare to interrupt them. She could only quietly stand aside and pretend to be air. Ling I'm going out for a stroll. Do you want to come? Han Yunshi asked. She had almost forgotten how long it had been since she left Yuning Palace. Do you want to take Ruer out? Mu Ling quickly asked. He's sleeping right now. No need, Han Yunshi replied. Then I won't go. I'll go watch over Ruer and wait for him to wake up. Mu Ling smiled. She didn't even realize how ugly her smile was. A complicated look flickered past Han Yunshi's eyes. She knew that there had to be something between Mu Ling and Jin Zi that she didn't know about. But since Jin Zi wasn't going back to Winter Crow Country and had declared in front of her and Long Feiyi that he wouldn't marry Mu Ling shouldn't be in any danger anymore. As for what had happened between them, she didn't want to ask. Feelings were too complicated. She rejoiced in the fact that she and Long Feiyi liked each other by coincidence. Find a few more people to accompany them. Be careful, Long Feiyi instructed in a low voice. All right. Han Yunshi replied seriously, but her heart was helpless. Who else in Cloud Realm Continent could hurt her besides Long Feiyi? She was planning to pick out some fabric from the cloth shop to make some new clothes for Long Feiyi and Ruer. Although Zhao Mama took care of their meals and clothing, she still had to take care of them as a wife and mother. As soon as Han Yunshi left, Long Feiyi instructed the Shadow Guard in a low voice, "Go to Kangon Private Bank and tell Manager Luo that this Crown Prince wants to take over all of Cloud Realm Continent's wineries." The Shadow Guard couldn't help but remind him, "Your Highness, there's little grain left after the war. The winery's business isn't doing well. With so little grain, how could they use it to make wine?" As a result, the winery's costs were high and their business was even worse. Long Feiyi turned to look, and the Shadow Guard realized he'd spoken out of turn. He quickly accepted his orders and withdrew. Long Feiyi didn't interrupt the wine business because he wanted to force Ning Qing out. It wouldn't be too late to find out more about the wineries first. Since he dared to stand him up, he'd like to see if Ning Qing would come looking for him if he couldn't get a drink. With Ning Qing's pickiness about the quality of wine and his drinking capacity, he'd be satisfied regardless of whether it was a farmhouse's brew or a small tavern. If Ning Qing wanted to drink, he'd definitely go to a big winery. Now that the official business was over, he had to settle his personal matters before leaving. Mu Ling followed Han Yunshi out of the study. They walked together for a while before parting ways. Han Yunshi walked out of the palace, but Mu Ling didn't accompany Ru. Instead, she went to the back of the mountain. After leaving for more than 3 months, she found that she wasn't as sad as before when she stood under the thorny tree at the top of the mountain again. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. It was as if no matter how restless her heart was, it all calmed down when she came here. "Jinzi, I broke the contract. I'm sorry. Chi big brother, you should know that Ling is free again. But Ling won't chase you all over the world like before. Knowing you're still in this world and looking at the same sky and moon as me is enough to satisfy Ling Mu Ling stayed in the little hut by the thorny tree for a few days. She decided to go back to Medical City and revive the Mu clan, not for the sake of the clan's reputation or profits, but for the sake of doing what she was best at and most fond of. During this trip to Northernly, she'd discovered many problems with the ingredients. If Gu Beiwe hadn't stopped her and asked her to privately discuss the changes with Medicine City's people, she would have spread the news long ago and made a big fuss. She was going to revive the Mu clan and personally teach a bunch of disciples to supervise every bag of medicine sent out by Medicine City. Mu Ling went down the mountain to say goodbye to Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi when she ran into a letter from Medical City. Chu Shifeng handed a letter to His Highness with a smile. "Miss Ling you came at the right time. Dr. Gu sent you a letter too." "Ling has one too?" Han Yunshi was curious. What kind of private matter couldn't be put together in one letter? Why split it into two? But when Long Feiyi opened the letter, he saw that it was a wedding invitation. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Mu Ling quickly opened her own letter and pulled out an identical one. Eldest young Miss Qin. Han Yunxi and Mu Ling exclaimed at the same time. Although they knew that Gu Beiyue and eldest young Miss Qin were going to marry, they never expected it to happen so soon. Gu Beiyue had just returned to Medical City. Could it be that he brought forward the engagement as soon as he got back? And then immediately got married? What's the rush? Is he afraid that he won't be able to find a wife? Han Yunxi was a little angry at Gu Beiyue's sloppiness. For one thing, the Qin clan wouldn't have the guts to betroth eldest young Miss Qin to another man since they'd already sent someone to talk about marriage. For another, Long Fei Yi was going to proclaim himself emperor and found a new country soon. Then Gu Beiyue would definitely be rewarded and conferred a title. Couldn't he settle down first and then think about marriage? Long Fei Yi had asked him to be the grand tutor, but he hadn't even replied yet. Even the cool-headed Long Fei revealed a look of surprise. He quickly opened up the wedding invitation and looked at the date. It was the end of the month, so there were only a dozen or so days left. It was only enough time for them to rush from Yuning to Medical City. Big sis, I still think that Dr. Gu's being forced into marriage. Mu Ling couldn't help but speak up. Han Yunxi didn't care much before, but now she couldn't stay calm. She glanced at Long Fei Yi and said seriously, "Let's get ready and set off. We should at least meet eldest young Miss Qin before the wedding, right? No one can force him. I'd like to meet him." Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly. He was indeed curious about this marriage. However, he was more concerned about whether Gu Beiyue would be the grand tutor or not. Han Yunxi and Mu Ling left first, but Long Fei Yi stayed for 2 or 3 days to deal with the matters at hand. Before winter, he should pay respects to his parents, ancestors, and return to his family. Then, he had to establish a new country. This winter, he still couldn't accompany Han Yunxi to the Jiangnan Plum Sea to spend the winter. Perhaps he had to wait until Rui could walk. Gu and Ningqing didn't receive an invitation. It wasn't that Gu Beiyue didn't want to invite them, but that he couldn't find anyone. However, news of Gu Beiyue's wedding quickly spread throughout Cloud Realm. Naturally, it reached Gu and Ningqing's ears as well. As for whether or not the two of them would appear at Gu Beiyue's wedding, that was unknown. At this moment, Gu Beiyue was walking alone in the longest corridor of the medical academy. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire back courtyard and making everything seem even quieter. It was just like Gu Beiyue's tall and thin figure, his snow-white robes and gentle face. He was as bright as the moon, as silent as a shadow. When he smiled, even the moon in the sky seemed to soften. Amidst the silence, the little thing jumped out of his sleeve and grabbed his sleeve as if it was swinging on a swing. It flipped over and grabbed his sleeve, climbed all the way to his shoulder, and squatted down. He walked further and further away, turning his head from time to press his cheek against Lil Thing. The man and beast formed a world of their own. Where was Gu Beiyue going? Chapter 1199. Gu Beiyue brought Lil Thing all the way to the end of the corridor, and left the medical academy through the back door. Lil Thing sat on the young master's shoulder, full of suspicion. From time to time, it would tilt its head to look at the young master and squeak a few times to ask questions. "It's so late, where is the young master going? And he's going through the back door of the medical academy, as if he doesn't want anyone to know he's gone out." Squeak, 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 squeak. Lil Thing squeaked a few more times. Gu Beiyue took Lil Thing off his shoulder and placed it in his palm. He looked at it and said softly, "Be good, we're almost there. Don't worry." Lil Thing didn't understand, but it knew that the young master wanted it to squeak again. It rubbed against the young master's large and warm palm and settled down. Gradually, Gu Beiyue sped up. His figure was like a shadow as he swept through the empty and quiet street. He was so fast that Lil Thing couldn't recognize the road. Not long after, They entered a secluded alley and stopped in front of the door of a house. Lil Thing's round black eyes darted around in the dark. It felt like it was about to learn another secret of the young master. Gu Beiwa looked around and made sure that no one was around before knocking on the door. The speed at which he knocked on the door was clearly a special rhythm. It was a secret signal. Soon, someone opened the door. It was none other than Shiyuba, who had been missing in Medical City for a long time. Back then, Gu Beiwa had used him to lure Han Yunshi to Medical City. "Master," Shiyuba said respectfully. Gu Beiwa didn't say anything and walked in. Lil Thing laid on his shoulder and stared at Shiyuba. It didn't recognize him at all. It was a very small house. Gu Beiwa quickly walked into the room. At this time, Lil Thing discovered that there was a child hidden in the room. It was about 1 month old and was sleeping soundly. Lil Thing was even more puzzled. What was the young master doing? Where did these babies come from? Gu Beiwa personally checked the baby's pulse, limbs, and especially the shape of its feet. Shiyuba quickly came in and whispered, "Master, this child's feet are not bad, right?" This child was an abandoned baby found by Shiyuba. Shiyuba had made a mistake in the Long Tianma incident, so Gu Beiwa had him leave Medical City to take care of abandoned babies. He needed some children to start practicing shadow arts from a young age. To practice the shadow art, one had to start from a young age. Although the shadow technique was a secret technique of the Shadow Clan, it wasn't something that only members of the Shadow Clan could practice. Outsiders could also practice it. Outsiders needed to start training their leg strength and footwork from a much younger age compared to the Shadow Clansmen. Moreover, their speed after training would be far slower than the Shadow Clansmen. However, it was still very easy to overpower an ordinary Qin Gong. He was the only remaining member of the Shadow Clan. Since he had found the princess, he couldn't let the Shadow Clan die out in his generation. He also couldn't let the shadow technique end on him. He had been secretly cultivating a few real shadow guards for the princess, but it would take more than 1 or 2 years. Shadow Guard, as the name implied, was a bodyguard that was like a shadow. Not only was there a high requirement for martial arts, but there was also a high requirement for moral conduct. It wasn't for anything else, but because a shadow guard was the person closest to the master, and also the person who understood the master the most. They could know secrets that other servants didn't know. If they didn't have good moral conduct, they would be a hidden danger to the master. Therefore, whether it was martial arts or moral conduct, he had to personally check. He needed to train a few shadow guards, and more importantly, he needed a true successor of the Shadow Clan. He had been searching for the most suitable body type and the most suitable leg shape. However, he didn't expect Shiyuba to find it so quickly. The child in front of him was exactly what he wanted. "It's him." Gu Beiwa asked indifferently, "How many days has it been? A month?" "Another 7 days." Shiyuba answered truthfully, "Master, you still have 10 days to get married. So, it's reasonable that he was born a month early." "It's not a problem, I'll find a way when the time comes." Gu Beiwa nodded. Shiyuba couldn't help but remind him, "Master, even if you want to adopt a child, it doesn't have to be eldest Miss Qin. As long as you ask, there are many women in Medical City who are willing." Master didn't care about marriage, nor did he care about romantic relationship. He only wanted to marry a wife, adopt a child, and treat it as his own son to continue the Shadow Clan's bloodline. Not only did he want to let the world know that the Shadow Clan was behind the princess, but he also wanted to give an explanation to the Shadow Clan's ancestors. However, there were many women who were willing to follow Master in name only, and there were many who were more outstanding than eldest Miss Qin. Why did Master choose a woman that no one wanted? Gu Beiwa raised his eyebrows and looked over. Shiyuba immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say more. Why did it have to be eldest Miss Qin? There were too many reasons why he wanted to marry eldest Miss Qin. First, the Qin family was a great power in Medical City, and the only power that could contend with the Ren family. If he married eldest Miss Qin, the Ren family would definitely be anxious and wouldn't dare to oppose Medical City's submission to the Long Fei Yi and the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Second, it was difficult for eldest Miss Qin to marry outside because of her handicapped body, and she didn't want to marry. If he married her, he would give her a stable environment, and she would help him give birth to a child. Each of them would get what they needed, and it wouldn't be considered as holding her back. If it were another girl from the Qin family, he would really hold her back for the rest of her life. In this life, he wouldn't hold anyone back, and he wouldn't let them down. Thirdly, he trusted the character of the first miss of the Qin family. Marrying a wife was a matter of life. If she wasn't someone he trusted, and the truth was revealed in 3 to 5 years, how would he deal with it? Gu Beiyue leaned close to the infant and gently kissed its forehead, saying softly, "Child, from now on you're no longer an orphan. I'll watch you grow up." Suddenly, the little thing squeaked. Heavens! The young master actually kissed that child. Who was this child? Could it be the young master's illegitimate child? Why didn't it know who the child's mother was? The little thing finally couldn't stay calm. It squeaked loudly while jumping to the child's side, wanting to see it more clearly. The baby was disturbed. Its little face wrinkled, and it looked like it was about to cry. Shiyuba hurriedly picked it up and coaxed it. Gu Beiyue picked the little thing up. He didn't get angry, but seriously asked it to be quiet. The little thing kicked its feet, wanting to ask clearly. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggled, the young master didn't understand what it meant. Suddenly, the little thing quieted down. It lowered its head, feeling sad. So what if the young master understood what it meant? So what if the young master answered it? It also didn't understand what the young master said. The young master had never been mine. There were many things about the young master that it didn't know. Seeing that the little thing stopped moving, Gu Beiyue gently stroked its back, and then put it on his shoulder. Lil Thing slowly curled up into a ball and looked pitifully at the child. It couldn't help but feel sad. "Mama Yunshi, did you know that the young master has a child too? Take care of it personally. This matter is confidential, so don't let anyone else do it," Gu Beiyue instructed. Shiyuba nodded respectfully. "Yes, this subordinate understands." After returning to the medical academy, Gu Beiyue's mood didn't change much. He was still as calm as still water and quickly fell asleep. Lil Thing, on the other hand, was curled up in Gu Beiyue's stomach. Every now and then, it'd switch positions and go back and forth, unable to sleep. In the end, it simply jumped off the bed and onto a nearby cabinet, planning to run out the window for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, it saw 5 or 6 red invitation cards on top of the cabinet. Alarmed, Lil Thing quickly opened the cards, but it couldn't understand them at all. Who's getting married? There's so many of them. They don't seem like the young master's own invitations, but his own. Heavens! When did the young master write them? I didn't even know. Lil Thing grew more and more uneasy. It picked up one of the cards and ran back to bed, flinging it at Gu Beiyue's face. Gu Beiyue woke up and looked at the fuming Lil Thing, then at the invitation card on the side. He gave a start before bursting into laughter. He definitely didn't know how handsome his sleepy face looked when he smiled. He didn't have his usual calmness and maturity. Instead, he looked lazy and casual. His originally handsome face suddenly looked devilish. Lil Thing stared blankly. "Sir, just what kind of person are you? Lil Thing couldn't understand you at all." Gu Beiyue picked up the invitation card and flipped through it before getting off the bed to exchange it for another one. He handed it to Lil Thing with both hands with a smile. "I'm getting married. This is for you." Lil Thing was even more certain that the young master was the one who wanted to send out these invitations. This letter was meant for it. The young master was really getting married. Was the woman he was going to marry the mother of that child I just saw? Lil Thing didn't move, but its round, black eyes were already wet. Gu Beiwe couldn't help but laugh at Lil Thing's pitiful look. Don't worry. No matter who I marry, I'll only treat your master well. Lil Thing only saw the young master's smile and didn't know what he said. It slapped the invitation card away with its paw and immediately flew out of the window. Angry? Gu Beiwe muttered to himself. Once the little thing got angry, it disappeared for a few days straight. Gu Beiwe didn't look for it either. He knew Lil Thing would come back. A few days later, Han Yunxi and Mu Ling were rescued. There were only 3 days left until Gu Beiwe's wedding. The news of Gu Beiwe's wedding had spread throughout the medical city, but the medical school was still as usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of celebration. It was because Gu Beiwe had given the order not to be extravagant, not to hold a banquet, and not to affect the medical school's teaching and treatment. Because of this order, it caused a lot of conjectures. Everyone increasingly suspected that Gu Beiwe had other motives for marrying eldest Miss Qin and that he didn't really like her. However, no matter how many rumors and slanders there were, Gu Beiwe never clarified any of them. When Han Yunxi and Mu Ling saw Gu Beiwe, the tailor had just changed out of the clothes sent by the tailor. The clothes didn't fit very well. When he saw Han Yunxi and Mu Ling he immediately put down what he was doing and walked over. Princess, Miss Ling did you have a safe trip? Chapter 1200. Han Yunxi walked around the room before stopping in front of Gu Beiwe. How are you? She asked. What happened? Gu Beiwe asked hurriedly. Gu Beiwe, we all thought you were hiding a mistress in a golden house when you suddenly wanted to get married. But the wedding date is so close and you haven't even prepared a house yet. You're not toying with us, are you? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Gu Beiwe heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Princess, why didn't little master come with you? Gu Beiwe's wedding date was so rushed. After she and Long Fei Yi rushed over, they still had to go back as soon as possible to prepare for the founding of the country. She couldn't bear to let run around with them. Han Yunxi couldn't be bothered to explain to Gu Beiwe and asked again, Where's the wedding room? Gu Beiwe smiled helplessly. It's in my room. Gu Beiwe's courtyard was located in the south of the medical school. It was the largest and quietest independent courtyard in the medical school. It was a courtyard with 3 entrances, and each entrance was a small courtyard house. The first entrance was used for meetings. The second entrance was Gu Beiwe's study room, where the prescription and laboratory were located. The third entrance was used for daily life. At this moment, they were in the guest hall of the first entrance. Han Yunxi walked in alone and Mu Ling followed. They had heard too many rumors along the way, including the fact that Gu Beiwe didn't have any wedding preparations in the medical school. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't have believed it. Gu Beiwe sent the tailor away and followed Han Yunxi and the others in. Han Yunxi and Mu Ling were stunned when they arrived at the third entrance. They found that even the third courtyard, which was supposed to be used as the wedding room, was still the same. There were no festive decorations at all. Everyone said that Gu Beiwe had wronged himself by marrying Miss Qin. However, as women, Han Yunxi and Mu Ling had an intuition that Miss Qin was the one who had been wronged. How did Gu Beiwe look like he was preparing to get married? Half of the day had already passed. How much could he prepare for tomorrow and the day after? He was going to marry her in the morning the day after tomorrow. Dr. Gu, if you don't want to marry her, then don't marry her. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. Let's think of a solution together. Mu Ling could not help but say, You're being too hard on her, aren't you? Although Miss Qin can't get married, but since you want to marry her, you can't do this. Gu Beiwe was calm as he replied. Qin Min said that she likes simplicity and that there's no need to be deliberate. I also don't like to elaborate. So, we decided to hold a small ceremony. I didn't invite many people this time. It's just a few good friends. Today I'll confirm the dress. In the afternoon, I'll tidy up this room and the main hall outside. But women don't mean what they say. Mu Ling said again. Qin Min won't. She's always been straightforward with me, Gu Beiwei answered again. Mu Ling was anxious. Dr. Gu, you don't understand what I mean. Mu Ling thought for a moment and made an analogy. Dr. Gu, this is like, it's like if you want to give a woman something, you don't care if she likes it or not. Just give it to her directly. You can't ask her if she likes it after you've given her something. You haven't even given her something yet and you're already asking her if she likes it. Do you understand? This is different. Gu Beiwei thought about this and felt that it made sense. Han Yunxi wasn't as agitated as Mu Ling. She walked outside and sat down. Gu Beiwei ordered someone to bring tea over. When did you and Qin Min meet? Are you really hiding a mistress in a golden house? Han Yunxi asked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Long Fei Yi even said a few days ago that he wanted to act as a matchmaker for you. Why would Long Fei Yi care about such things? Gu Beiwei knew that the princess was probably going to test him slowly. We've known each other since we were young. I often compared notes with her on medical skills. After that, I went to Tianning and came back several times to visit my family. Gu Beiwei was a little embarrassed. He didn't know if he was faking it or if he really wasn't good at saying such things. He didn't even look at Han Yunxi's eyes. Instead, he smiled self-deprecatingly. The last few times I said I was visiting my family, but I was actually meeting her in private. Han Yunxi knew that Gu Beiwei had returned to the medical academy when he was in Tianning. Han Yunxi was rather surprised. She smiled. So you two are childhood sweethearts. Why didn't you introduce her to everyone earlier? You've been hiding her for so long. Isn't she being wronged? Gu Beiwei felt even more embarrassed. Previously, I was shouldering a heavy responsibility with my life hanging in the balance. Later on, I was entangled with other matters. I was always afraid of delaying her. She even hid the fact that her father was going to marry her off from me. If I hadn't come to Medical City for Bai Yanqing's matter, I wouldn't have known. That's why I sent someone to act as a matchmaker. Han Yunxi listened attentively but didn't make a sound. Gu Beiwei continued. His Highness wants me to enter the palace as a grand tutor. I was afraid that I'd be delayed again if I left, so I rushed back from Northernly. I wanted to take advantage of the time before His Highness's matters to marry her. I wanted to take her with me to Yuning. Gu Beiwei's words were reasonable. His expression was as bashful as a big boy's. Han Yunxi looked left and right, but couldn't find any clues. She just felt awkward. It turned out that no matter how calm and rational a person was, they would still be flustered and embarrassed in front of their sweetheart. Wasn't she like that too? Didn't Long Fei Yi, that ice-cold guy, have his joy and anger written all over his face several times because of her? At this time, Gu Beiwei got up and went to the room to get a large brocade box. He opened it in front of Han Yunxi and Mu Ling. There was a thick set of medical books in the brocade box. Gu Beiwei asked seriously, "This is a medical book written by my grandfather. My father and I both added to it. My medical skills are all learned from this book. I've also memorized everything I've learned elsewhere." Han Yunxi and Mu Ling didn't say anything. They didn't quite understand what Gu Beiwei meant. Gu Beiwei said again, "Qin Min told me twice to keep everything simple." Han Yunxi and Mu Ling both looked at Gu Beiwei quietly, waiting for him to continue. Gu Beiwei smiled and was a little shy. I followed whatever she said and didn't think too much about it. Miss Ling's words are reasonable, but it's too late to prepare now. I'll give her the medical book to show my sincerity. How about that? This medical book was Gu Beiwei's most precious thing. If it wasn't someone he really cared about, how could he give it away? Han Yunxi and Mu Ling both believed that Gu Beiwei had feelings for Miss Qin. It seemed that the two of them were thinking too much and meddling too much. Han Yunxi thought to herself, Gu Beiwei was as smart as Long Fei Yi, but he was a fool when it came to dealing with women. Long Fei Yi was also a fool, but Long Fei Yi was very domineering and would use force. Gu Beiyue was the complete opposite. He was overly modest and would do whatever others said. If Miss Qin was really a woman who didn't mean what she said, she would probably be depressed for the rest of her life. Han Yunxi didn't come to ruin the marriage. She just wanted to make sure that Gu Beiyue didn't marry Miss Qin for the sake of the situation in Medical City and the Imperial Academy of Medicine. If they were childhood sweethearts, now the bitterness was over and the sweetness was beginning. It could only be said that Gu Beiyue was tolerant enough, and Miss Qin could bear to be wronged and wait until now. Although she felt that it was too sudden, this was Gu Beiyue's personal matter after all, and no one was in a position to meddle too much. As long as he liked it, as long as he acknowledged it, they were both blessed. Han Yunxi looked at Mu Ling and asked jokingly, Ling what do you think about giving her a medical book? She'll definitely be touched. Mu Ling thought for a moment and said, but I still think that this room should be decorated. From simple decorations to simple decorations, leave this to me. Mu Ling stood up and looked around the room. She muttered to herself, Sis, fortunately we came early, so there's still hope. I heard from Sister Jing that when Tang Li married her, he filled the wedding room with little daisies. It was especially beautiful. Dr. Gu, what kind of flowers does Miss Qin like? Mu Ling turned around and asked with a smile. How could Gu Beiyue know? He just casually said the name of a medicine. Forsythia. Forsythia flower. This is a medicinal flower, so it's too easy to find. Leave this to me. Mu Ling was very excited. She was frustrated in love, but when she saw that others were happy, she felt that the world was still very beautiful and happy. Gu Beiyue's acting was excellent. Mu Ling happily went to decorate, as if her own family was going to hold a wedding. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue chatted for a while, then let Gu Beiyue prepare for the wedding. She went down to the dungeon alone to see Bai Yanqing. She saw Bai Yanqing lying on the straw in the dungeon like a seriously ill old man on the verge of death. Bai Yanqing used perplexing butterfly illusion, so his immortal body was destroyed. Not to mention internal injuries, even external injuries could be fatal. As for his teeth, they had even grown out. Large areas of his wounds had festered. He didn't have much time left, perhaps less than 10 days. However, a short period of 10 days was a terrifying torment for him. He brought all of this upon himself. Han Yunxi wasn't here to kill him, much less to forgive him. Moreover, she was here to tell him something. Han Yunxi stood at the door of the dungeon and said coldly, Bai Yanqing, Ningqing has taken Northernly, and the Black Clan army is now under my control. On the first day of the 9th lunar month, the Long Fei Yi will proclaim himself an emperor and establish a country, and the name of the country will still be Qin. However, from now on, there will be no distinction between Eastern and Western Qin, and there will be no Western Qin imperial family, only the Xianyuan imperial family. Bai Yanqing didn't move at first, but when he heard Han Yunxi's last sentence, he finally raised his head and looked at her. Han Yunxi looked down from above and said coldly, By the way, Ning Jing's teeth have been mended. She is still very beautiful. Also, thank you for protecting my child back then. It is a boy called Xianyuan Rui. He has the blood of the Eastern and Western Qin imperial family, and he is the heir of the empire. Bai Yanqing was so weak that he couldn't speak, but he looked at Han Yunxi with eyes full of resentment and malice. Han Yunxi's last sentence made Bai Yanqing lower his head. She said, Those who should be forgiven have been forgiven, and those who should die have died. You can slowly repent. From today onwards, no one will disturb you. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, locking the dungeon door. 3 days later, the Long Fei Yi arrived at Medical City before dawn. Fortunately, he still managed to make it in time for Gu Beiyue's wedding. Mu Ling decorated the courtyard of the 3rd section well. It was clean and simple, but it was not simple. The wedding procession was very simple. There was no extravagance, but it still caused the medical school to turn out. Han Yunshi and the others were waiting in the courtyard, waiting for Gu Beiwei to bring the bride back. Chapter 1201. The wedding procession stopped at the entrance of Gu Beiwei's courtyard. Gu Beiwei personally kicked open the sedan door and carried the bride down. The festive red veil covered the bride's face. Judging from her figure, she was of average height and on the skinny side. Gu Beiwei carried her on his back, and the hem of her dress covered her legs. If it weren't for her special status, and the fact that her legs were disabled was well known throughout the city, the onlookers wouldn't have thought that the bride couldn't walk on her own. The head of the medical school was getting married, and all the big shots of the medical school were present. They consciously formed two sides, and the others could only stand behind them. Without the sound of firecrackers in the courtyard, everyone's discussion grew louder. However, the Vice Academy head, elders, and directors didn't say anything. Even Vice Academy head Shin thought that Gu Beiwei's motive for marrying eldest Miss Qin was simple. They were all trying to figure out what the young head of the medical school was going to do next. Gu Beiwei carried eldest Miss Qin into two courtyards. When he was about to enter the third courtyard, he stopped for a moment and said in a low voice, "The people inside have sharp eyes. Carry me." Eldest Miss Qin was a little hesitant, but in the end, she hugged Gu Beiwei's neck tightly and leaned her head against his back. When they entered the third courtyard, it was much quieter without the clamor of the people outside. There weren't many people in the courtyard. There were only Long Fei Yi and his wife, Mu Ling Su Donglin, Chu Tianyin, and a few of the medical school's higher-ups. Ning Jing and Tang Li had also received invitations, but unfortunately, they were in a hurry and couldn't make it. Gu Beiwei didn't have any family members. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi were his masters, so they were made elders. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi sat in the main seats on the left and right sides of the hall, while the others stood to the side. As soon as Gu Beiwei carried Miss Qin in, Long Fei Yi and the others saw that Miss Qin was holding Gu Beiwei very tightly. However, Han Yunshi didn't pay much attention to it. She seemed to have noticed something and her expression changed. However, she quickly regained her composure and maintained her composure. The matchmaker pushed the wheelchair for first Miss Qin to sit down. Her legs were inconvenient, so she couldn't stand. Gu Beiwei took care of her attentively. Although he didn't say anything, his gentleness could be seen from his actions alone. It could be said that he made others envious. "First bow to heaven and earth," the matchmaker shouted loudly. Gu Beiwei stood beside the wheelchair and bent over to pack. Miss Qin lowered her head as well. "Second, bow to your parents," the matchmaker shouted again. The matchmaker wanted to turn the wheelchair for Miss Qin, but Gu Beiwei stepped forward first. He turned the wheelchair around and helped the bride with the red veil. A man's attentiveness was his sincerity, and the sincerity was in these details. Deputy Shun and the others were puzzled. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Does Gu Beiwei really like this eldest miss of the Qin clan? Facing Gu Beiwei, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi both smiled. Han Yunshi's attention was more on the bride's legs. After the ceremony, the couple bowed to each other. Then, there was the sentence, "Send her to the bridal chamber." It had to be said that these 4 words caused many people to unconsciously let their imaginations run wild. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't imagine how this gentle man, who was as gentle as the moonlight, would turn into a wolf and make love. He seemed to be an immortal who didn't eat the flesh of mortals and had nothing to do with those things. Gu Beiwei was about to turn and leave when the attendant brought 2 gifts. "Master, this is sent by young Master Gu. He said that it must be opened tonight." Gu's gift was in a long brocade box. It was mysterious and no one could tell what it was. "This is sent by the Ning family's head." Ning Qing had sent a jug of wine. With one look at the white porcelain jug, it was obvious that it was expensive. Long Fei Yi glanced at the jug and whispered to Su Donglin to remember it clearly. Han Yunshi and Mu Ling were curious about Gu's gift. The person hadn't arrived, but the gift had. At the very least, it was a thoughtful person. Gu's gift was brought into the bridal chamber by Gu Beiwei, while Ning Cheng's wine was left at Long Fei Ye's banquet. Although they were husband and wife in name, Gu Beiwei patiently completed all the necessary ceremonies. After eating sweet meatballs and drinking cross-cupped wine, Gu Beiwei left to entertain the guests. When he left, he told the maidservant, "I'll be back later in the evening. Bring some food for madam. Don't starve." Before the groom came back and lifted the veil, the bride had to sit on the bed obediently. Therefore, it was common for the bride to faint from hunger when the groom drank too much. Not long after Gu Beiwei left, Han Yunxi and Mu Ling found an excuse to leave the banquet and sneak into the bridal chamber. Han Yunxi easily sent the two maidservants away, and asked Mu Ling to close the door. The first Miss Qin sat there motionlessly, unaware of everything around her. Miss Qin didn't realize that something was wrong until Han Yunxi and Mu Ling stood in front of her. She asked, "Lanji Lanqing, is that you? Bride, guess who we are?" Mu Ling smiled. Miss Qin had never seen Mu Ling before, let alone recognized her voice. Han Yunxi thought she would be frightened, but she never expected her to be very calm. She did not lift the veil to look at them either. Instead, she asked, "You must be Northman's friends. Aren't you afraid we'll come to kidnap you?" Han Yunxi asked. "You definitely aren't." Miss Qin was very certain. "Why?" Han Yunxi asked. "If you wanted to kidnap me, the best opportunity would have been last night, or when I was still in the Qin family this morning. Choosing a time like this is seeking death," Miss Qin replied. "There are plenty of people seeking death in the world. Not everyone is smart," Han Yunxi added. "Those bold enough to oppose Northmoon are either extremely stupid, unable to enter here, or extremely smart, unable to appear here. The two of you can appear before me silently, so you definitely aren't ordinary people." Miss Qin thought about it and said, "Princess, please forgive Qin Min for not being able to bow to you. Please forgive me. Miss Ling do you think I've guessed correctly?" "Sister, she's so smart," Mu Ling blurted out. "Don't be rude." Han Yunxi scolded her unhappily. Mu Ling stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Sister-in-law, you can just call me Ling in the future." "Alright, then I won't hold back." Miss Qin smiled too. Her voice alone gave off a natural and graceful feeling. She just did not know what she looked like. Mu Ling was extremely curious. She had no idea why her sister had dragged her to the bridal chamber. She just assumed her sister was curious about the bride's appearance too. Han Yunxi couldn't determine just how smart this eldest young miss was from a single incident, but she was certain that she wasn't stupid. Other than that, she admired Miss Qin's calmness and composure. At least Miss Qin did not show any signs of panic when she first discovered the two of them. However, Han Yunxi believed that what she was about to do next would definitely make Miss Qin lose her composure. She said, "Qin Min, what's wrong with your legs?" "They were fine before I turned 16. On my 16th birthday, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. I couldn't figure out the reason and gradually lost my strength." Qin Min was still calm as she recounted her experience. "I heard that they've atrophied. Can't Gu Beiwei cure them?" Han Yunxi asked again. Since Gu Beiwei and Miss Qin had known each other since they were young, he should be very clear about the problem with her legs. "He can't cure them. He's been thinking about it for several years, but he still can't figure out what's wrong. It's not atrophied. I've been using needles all these years and my skin and flesh are still intact. It's just that I can't muster the strength to stand," Qin Min answered again. Actually, it was not Gu Beiwei who took the initiative to treat her. Back then, when Gu Beiwei won the Apricot Woods Conference, she privately looked for Gu Beiwei to treat her. It was also at that time that she met Gu Beiwei. She remembered that he was very busy at that time, but he still took a look at her. However, he gave her a hopeless answer that he could not cure her because he did not understand the situation. Not long ago, before he sent someone to the Qin family to matchmake, He privately looked for her to take a look again, but he was still unable to help her. She remembered very clearly that Gu Beiwe had asked her, "Do you have anyone you want to marry?" She had said, "No, I only have someone I can marry. I can either die or follow my father's wishes and marry that old man." Then, Gu Beiwe had asked her very seriously, "Then are you willing to marry me?" She had always remembered Gu Beiwe's gaze at that time. It was not gentle at all, but very, very serious. He had negotiated the terms with her. Even though they would not be husband and wife in the truest sense, she knew that as long as she agreed, he would seriously protect her for a lifetime of stability and without worries. Wasn't this what she had been yearning for all her life? As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she had outstanding talent and medical skills. If they were to compete, she would not lose to the most famous fourth daughter of the Ren family. However, the unforeseen event when she was 16 made her fall from the clouds to the abyss. It let her know that as a daughter of the Qin family, no matter how good her medical skills were, if she could not get married, she would be inferior to a mediocre person who only had good looks. She did not want to compete for anything. Medical skills were not used for competitions or to fight for titles, but to save people. She only wanted to create a set of brand new needle techniques to eliminate pain and extend life. However, she could not. Because in the Qin family, there was never a daughter who could not get married. In the Qin family, if the elder sister was not married, the younger sisters could not get married. She would either die or give herself to a man who was older than her father and become a concubine. Gu Beiwe was her fortune and her hope. She gratefully agreed to treat him as her benefactor. However, he smiled at her. "As long as I don't let you down, it's fine." She didn't understand why Gu Beiwe wanted to marry her. After all, even if she was only his wife in name, there were still countless women in this city, and on this continent, who were more outstanding than her. At the very least, those who could stand up would be willing to marry him and spend the rest of their lives alone. She had asked him, "Will I let you down?" However, he laughed loudly and said, "You can save me a lot of trouble. You can be considered to have helped me." She could not help but ask him, "Do you have someone you love?" He said, "There are women who I admire and respect. If there is someone who loves her more than I do, my love is not considered love." She did not understand. She just agreed to him and gave her life to him. Qin Min was immersed in her memories when Han Yunxi's words woke her up. Han Yunxi said, "Qin Min, your leg is poisoned. It's a very rare poison. Not to mention that Gu Beiwe is not familiar with poisons, even with Gu's standard, he can't tell." Qin Min pulled off the red veil and was extremely shocked. Poisoned? Chapter 1202. The moment Qin Min pulled off the red veil, Mu Ling was stunned. She had heard that the eldest daughter of the Qin family was beautiful, but she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw her in person. This kind of beauty was intellectual but not lacking in charm, especially those big eyelids. It was as if they had a magical power that attracted people to stare at her. Mu Ling thought of the words, "beautiful lady," and felt that these words were specially made for Qin Min. Han Yunxi was also quite surprised. She rarely saw people who had been ill for a long time maintain such a good mental state. Qin Min should be 21 or 22 years old this year, right? She was in a wheelchair when she was 16. After so many years, she didn't lose her youthful aura because of illness. In Qin Min's eyes, she didn't see any signs of depression or self-abandonment. Instead, she was as beautiful as a plum blossom that would never be destroyed by the wind and snow. Although she didn't have a deep understanding, Han Yunxi couldn't help but sigh in her heart again. Gu Beiwe really knew how to pick people. He didn't pick the wrong person. It looked like she and Mu Ling were really worried for nothing. "Princess, what poison am I poisoned with?" Qin Min asked nervously. She remembered that when she first sought treatment from Gu Beiwe, he was also there. Gu Beiwe let Gu take a look and asked if there was any poison. Gu Beiwe only took one look and said that there was no poison. At that time, she felt that Gu only took one look and wasn't very reliable. However, Gu Beiwe believed him, so she chose to believe him. Who knew Mu Ling recovered from her shock and was very surprised. Sister, so she was poisoned. Han Yunshi squatted down beside Qin Min. Qin Min was very surprised and said seriously, Princess, you can't do that. You can't do that. Han Yunshi looked up and smiled. Ling look at her. Doesn't she look like Gu Beiwe? Yes. Mu Ling was very sure. Qin Min recalled Gu Beiwe's usual humble demeanor, and she couldn't help but smile helplessly. Ling give me a hand. I'll check it carefully. Han Yunshi stopped joking and became serious. Mu Ling hurriedly brought a chair over for Han Yunshi to sit on. She also helped Qin Min raise her legs and place them horizontally on the chair. Miss Qin, please excuse me. Han Yunshi lifted the hem of Qin Min's bright red dress. Qin Min's legs were beyond their expectations. Both of his legs were crippled and had a tendency to atrophy. Moreover, he had to perform acupuncture every day. His legs should have been riddled with scars. Who would have thought that this pair of legs would actually be well proportioned and fair, and the skin was extremely delicate and moist. Women would be envious, jealous, and hateful when they saw it, but men would probably let their imaginations run wild. You take good care of it, Han Yunshi said. Acupuncture wouldn't leave any traces unless the person had a bruised body. However, with frequent daily use, there would still be some traces. Although there wouldn't be any scars, they would still be visible. I can't even walk anymore. I can't possibly let it become ugly, Qin Min answered. Mu Ling casually said, Hee, Dr. Gu will see it, so we can't make it ugly. Dr. Gu won't like it. Qin Min was clearly blushing. Mu Ling saw it and said, Sister, she's blushing. This time, Qin Min's cheeks were really red. Even a married middle-aged woman with children would blush when she heard Mu Ling's explicit words, let alone Qin Min, who had just gotten married. Han Yunshi glanced over unhappily. Mu Ling muttered softly, I'm just saying it here. If Han Yunshi knew that Mu Ling had pestered Ning Jing about how to give birth in Tiger's prison, how would she react? Although Qin Min was embarrassed, she still said, Miss Ling, I take good care of my legs. Not for others to see. I can't do anything about my legs, but I can take good care of them. At least I can make these legs useless, right? If I take good care of them, I'll feel comfortable looking at them, right? Mu Ling thought about it seriously and nodded. Yes. She could tell that Qin Min was not only strong, but she also pitted herself. This was what Han Yunshi admired the most about her. When she said this, the detoxification system had already analyzed the poison in Qin Min's body clearly. Miss Qin, the poison in your legs is a slow-acting poison. The poison is hidden in your body and will be released bit by bit. It will affect the muscles in your legs, causing them to feel weak and sore. It's very similar to rheumatism, especially at night. It's especially uncomfortable, Han Yunshi said seriously. Qin Min nodded repeatedly. The princess was right. For so many years, if she had not studied the acupuncture technique for labor pains herself, she would not know how to get through each painful night. The poison is very small, but it has a great effect on the muscles, Han Yunshi said again. If she had not used the detoxification system, perhaps she could only suspect that she had been poisoned. However, she would not be able to find out the poison, let alone identify what kind of poison it was. Princess, can this poison be cured? Qin Min could not hide her nervousness. Yes. Han Yunshi smiled faintly. Qin Min was overjoyed. She was so excited that she did not know what to say. For so many years, except for that one time when her father had forced her into a corner, she had wanted to commit suicide. She had never given up. Now that she suddenly knew that there was hope for her legs, she actually did not dare to believe it. Was she dreaming? Han Yunshi took out a set of gold needles. Mu Ling hurriedly came over to help pass the needles to her. Han Yunshi explained as she applied the needles to detoxify the poison, After I detoxify the poison, your legs will basically regain their strength. However, you will have to take medicine continuously for a month to completely remove the poison. Also, although you have the strength to stand, you have not walked for so many years. You still have to spend some time on rehabilitation and walking training. Qin Min was extremely excited. She looked at Han Yunxi's serious expression and could not say a word for a long time. After Han Yunxi was done with the needles and applied a layer of medicine for her, she asked in a choked voice, "Princess, how should I thank you?" Han Yunxi smiled helplessly. This woman was really similar to Gu Beiwei. Did she have to be so calculative? Mu Ling laughed mischievously. "Sister-in-law, why are you being so courteous? If you really want to thank my sister, why don't you tell us how you met Dr. Gu and how did Dr. Gu fall in love with you? Dr. Gu has too many secrets." Qin Min was slightly shocked, but she did not show it. She looked helplessly at Mu Ling indicating that she was in a difficult position. "Aya, there's no one else here. Just tell us. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of rumors have been spreading about you two in Medical City? Hurry up and explain to my sister. My sister is Dr. Gu's master." Mu Ling was extremely curious. Qin Min blushed shyly and told them the story. It was almost the same as what Gu Beiwei had told them before. "So you two are really childhood sweethearts," Mu Ling said with a chuckle. Han Yunxi also smiled. She got up and packed her things. She gave Qin Min a few packets of medicine that could be used immediately and wrote a prescription for her. She seriously instructed Qin Min on how to apply the medicine and how to wash the leg. This medicine was used to absorb the residual toxins. After using it, she had to dispose of the waste and wash the legs with extra care. This was because if the toxins remained on the surface of the body for a long time, it would easily seep back into the body. Qin Min listened seriously and nodded repeatedly. Mu Ling stood at the side and helped to pack up the things and put the chair back in its original position. She smiled mischievously and said, "Sister-in-law, Dr. Gu will come over tonight. Don't tell him about this immediately. Give him a surprise. He'll definitely be very happy." How would Gu Beiwei react? Qin Min really couldn't guess. She nodded and snickered with Mu Ling. "Oh yeah, he might mess with the bridal chamber tonight. You have to pretend. After messing with the bridal chamber, give him a surprise," Mu Ling added. Han Yunxi didn't know what Qin Min understood, but she understood anyway. After messing with the bridal chamber, they would do it. Therefore, giving him a surprise after messing with the bridal chamber was self-evident. Han Yunxi frowned and looked at Mu Ling. She couldn't understand when this eldest daughter of Huang De had become so dirty. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Yunxi said, "Get the servants to send you food. Otherwise, you'll have to go hungry. We'll be leaving first." "Princess, wait." Qin Min hurriedly stopped her. Han Yunxi stopped in her tracks and looked back. "Don't stand on ceremony. Just say it." Qin Min pressed her hands on the edge of the bed and tried her best to support herself, trying to stand up. Seeing this, Han Yunxi and Mu Ling hurriedly went back to support her. However, Qin Min said, "Princess, don't move. I can do it." She gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength. Surprisingly, she really stood up on her own. She smiled. That smile that came from the depths of her heart was so beautiful and sweet. As she smiled at Han Yunxi, she carefully let go of her hands that were supporting her. She actually bowed respectfully to Han Yunxi and said respectfully and sincerely, "Qin Min will never forget Princess's great kindness. If Princess needs anything, Qin Min will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." She was clearly a weak woman, and it was clearly a gesture of gratitude. However, when she stood up, her words were sonorous and forceful. Han Yunxi walked back and said with a smile, "You and I are both medical students. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. There's no need to remember any favors. It's not that serious. Come, 1,000 taels for the consultation fee." Qin Min was stunned at first, but then she smiled. She had heard many things about this Qin Wangfei, this Western Qin princess. However, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. Now that she had seen it for herself, she finally understood why this master could be so loyal and protected by Gu Beiwei. They were both medical students, and they didn't owe each other anything after saving a life. It was said that talking about money hurt feelings and that talking about money was tacky. However, Han Yunxi was very carefree and open-minded. Qin Min took out 1,000 taels banknote from a piece of dowry and handed it to Han Yunxi with both hands. This is 1,000 taels. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Han Yunxi graciously accepted the banknote and turned to leave. However, suddenly there was a clang from the side. Mu Ling dropped a long brocade box. That box was the wedding gift that Gu had given to Gu Beiwei. She was just curious about what Qi brother would give her. When she saw the box on the cabinet earlier, she secretly opened it to take a look. Who knew that she would be shocked by what she saw? Qi brother was really too much. Ling what's wrong? Han Yunxi and Qin Min both turned to look at her. Mu Ling was shocked. She squatted down and blocked their view with her body. No, nothing. It's nothing.